Hey everyone, how's it going? I believe There we go. Turn the music down a little bit. I think it was a bit loud. There we go. How's it sound, Zach? Well balanced? I'm not entirely sure. Just based on... Sounds good? Alright, good. Wanted to double check because I haven't done streaming in a hot minute, just based off the values that I'm seeing. It's a bit hard to tell. That sounds good. Great. All right. So I probably haven't touched streaming in a month or so. It's a shame. I've been meaning to stream more. I just kind of never feel like it. That's just me being a solipsistic individualist that I am. So, let's see here. If I click that, cool. That's the display I need. So, I am currently trying to finish texture painting this character because I've spent the past, 3 weeks basically chipping away at this to try to get it somewhere to a point where I'm done with it. And I'm not there yet, and I'm starting to get impatient. Hey, how's it going, Justin? I'm live. So we're gonna try to paint this guy. And that's gonna take a minute. So, as of right now, I think I'm going to be starting where I left off in recording, which is I'm going to be texture painting the holster for this guy. Then I'm going to probably move on to working on the vest. And then I'm not really sure. I think I'll move to the gun. And I'm saving the boots and the arm for last because I am kind of stumped and at a loss for exactly what I'm wanting to paint on these things. Those are the things that I've been kind of loathing to touch. They're like the final boss of this process where it's like, oh no, and it's it fills me with dread. So we'll start elsewhere and procrastinate. When are you gonna make Big Jim Slade? That movie was so fucking wild. Maybe. I still need to make that animated short at some point or another. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is we're gonna work on the holster. Let's bring back the outline, and let's hide that. Just hide the gun. Hide the gun entirely. So we're working on the holster, and for my liking, it's a bit too simple. Soup. What do you mean you're at soup? I mean I'm at soup. That's gonna that'll be a fun one when I get to it, but I'm just, you know how I am, Justin. Okay, so this is where we're at with the holster, and my problem with it is it's a bit too simplistic. I want to add an extra layer on top of it, and I've done a little bit of practice off screen just to kind of lean towards what exactly I'm wanting to do. Since I'm doing this for recording and using the footage for later, that's kind of why chat at the moment's hidden and you can't see your text pop up on my screen. I am reading it. It's just, I don't want it to be in the final footage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically start by making a new layer. I want to add like a new stitched on layer to the to the leather holster. And I think the way that I'm going to do that, basically I'm wanting to, let's see here. There we go. We're going to try to take this area here and turn it in, like, we're going to extrude it out, basically. Ugh. Like this. But there's some areas in here that I want to round. And that's going to require a little bit of extra work. So basically, this area, this area, this area. And that. Okay. So these areas, we're going to poke them. Poke. There we go. So we want to round these areas by basically doing that. So when we extrude it, we have this sort of cornered piece. But I want to be a little bit more particular about how I'm doing that. So what I'm going to do is swap this to active element, select from that to there, and then scale by a half. There we go. That's how we're going to do that. Uh-oh, wrong way. There we go. Ah! I'm fat fingering numbers. There we go, and there we go. Perfect. So now we can go through and take these areas, and then we can extrude them properly. So I'm going to hit I to inset, and then can, what the? Why? Oh, it still has that data from where I extruded, huh? That's a problem. Gonna have to do that. There we go. Let's try that again. I fell for the beginner blender trap. There we go. There we go. That should do it. Okay. Now we can go through and add some sharp to this, so that way it actually looks like a layer. Like this. I think it's there. There you go. You can see it now. It is very holsterly. Yes. Okay, so now that we got that, basically, now that I've done that, I need to basically isolate this as its own portion, because these areas right here are, if we were to look at the UV map, I'm pretty sure they're like infinitely thin. Let me double check. Just a little bit. Actually, maybe insetting it allowed it to use its own UV space. Maybe that did things. Let me double check that, actually. I have a material for this. It's not great, but it did preserve some semblance of UV mapping, which is good. It just needs to be adjusted. I suppose the way that I could do that is I just take, swap this back to our character material. There we go. Just gotta select our character material here, and then unpin it. So we just do that. go. Did I have everything selected? Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Where is this? Okay, yeah. That also needs... Whoa, what the... No. That needs unpinned as well. And then we could just unwrap that. Save before I do that in case I want to undo it. It's kind of trying to collapse on itself. Ah, those seams got undone. There we go. That seems to have largely fixed it. Yeah. Tried to decompress. Some of these I'd like to come back together. Yep. There we go. Then we can pin these back. They're roughly in the spot that they need to be. So now when I were to paint on these things, they should... Let's see. I think I'd want... Let me just mess around with an airbrush or something like that. Oh, this is on the ambient occlusion layer. I won't want that. Yeah. I won't be adding there, but I will be. It is now its own sort of layer. However, one of the issues that I always kind of have when I'm working with something like this, when this is supposed to be its own layer, its own kind of seamed area, these details kind of bleed up the layer. Well, not the layer, up the mesh where it's supposed to be its own piece. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is instead we're going to take this whole area where I've marked it sharp, and I'm probably just going to mark it as a seam. And to make sure I don't ruin everything, let's quickly do this. Turn off live unwrap. And mark that as a seam. Do I hit? No, don't. Not edge bevel. Mark seam. There we go. So basically what we would do now is we would take... there we go. We would take this area, and then we would just move it away outside of where we were working, and probably be able to do that better if I was in the diffuse layer. So we know where we're moving it. So we could just take this, and we would add it, like, say, here, and we would paint our own new leather texture onto that, so that way it would have its own seam. So like right here, now we have a crisp, clean line that goes along the leather, which would add to the idea that that is its own piece. Okay, so now that we've done that, I'm going to undo that so that way I can properly select everything and mark it all up to... what the... Oh, the music has like a fucking click in it. What was that? I just felt that in my right ear. Ugh. Gross. That caught me off guard. Jesus. Okay, so now that's marked. We can select these two. And let's put them somewhere. 90 degrees. Suppose we could put... No, it was not your computer. That was me too. I heard the audio crackles on my right ear. All right, so we're gonna put this holsterly piece. We're gonna put this probably. You know, we'll keep it by the other holster piece, I suppose. It's a little cramped in here, but yeah, it's good enough, I suppose. Shame that we're gonna lose all this texture detail, and put it here, but I do not want to go through the process of getting... I could transfer this area to here. I could. But I would be required to basically bake it. I'd have to set up an entire new UV map, and then just... That's a lot of work. I don't want to do that. Although... I got an idea. Watch this. Okay. So, in theory, I could just... Yeah, we'll just, set up a bake and just... make it... I'm not even going to fucking explain that process now. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to save as it is right now. And we're going to export our UV layout. Let's go to textures, character. I'm sure I have a... Yeah, see, I've done this before. I'm going to export this as a SVG. And this is going to be... Holster leather. I don't know. It doesn't really matter what the hell we're calling it. It's going to be an SG file. Probably don't need to worry about toggling that. We don't need to toggle all UVs because we only really need this area. And then we're just going to hit export. So it... what the fuck just happened? What just happened? Like, my headphones died and I saw, like, my entire screen on the left side just went, like, black? What happened? Am I hallucinating? What just happened? Well, my audio's back, so that's fine. Okay. So, now that they've exported this, hopefully, if I go and open up GIMP, actually, I could just do image, edit externally. This should... Images packed, unpacked before fucking... Sure, we'll hit unpack... Nah, I don't want to fucking do that. Fuck that. Where's GIMP? Here we go. It's time for that new PC you've been talking about. Let me get a job first before I do that. I'm floating on savings and whatnot. Speaking of new computer parts, my left monitor, it has a dark spot, like right in the top center of my monitor. And that's not great. I'm gonna need to fix that at some point here soon. Okay, so that's where we need to be. If I could get to this file location quickly, that'd be good. I don't see a good way to do that. Video assets, tutorial, character, textures, character. Here we go. We need, I think this is diffuse 3. I think that's the layer it is in the UDM file. Nope, that's the vest. And I need number 4. Okay, we'll just delete that. What? Oh, it's because it's packed. It's probably not updated, huh? Oh, looks like I'm gonna have to unpack it then, huh? Just double checking, yeah. Image. I could do save as. This should update it, right? If I specifically save it there. When saving a tiled image must contain the marker. Okay, hopefully that did it, because that contained the UDIM tag. Let's try opening this again. Whole line of... This is a whole circus just to try to do the thing they want to do. There we go. Now we have the texture that we're currently working on. Good news is it should just be a LED strip in there. Yeah, I'm not all that worried about it at the moment. Okay, so what I wanted to do is, since I exported my UV maps, what I'm going to do is, instead of baking the detail that I've been using, I'm just going to import... where is it now? Import path, and we're just going to load this. Should be visible. And it seems like it did not... Wait. No, it's just straight up not visible. Yeah, there is no UV map. Great. We're gonna have to try that again. Let's select everything. And let's try this again. Wait a second. That occurs to me. There it is. Okay. So considering it was a UDIM, and it's a set of tiles that are exported out 1, 2, 3, 4 sets wide, it did export it. It just exported it, 4 resolution units in a that way direction. And it didn't export the thing that I actually needed. So we're going to try this again. UV, export UV layout. We have the size, export all. Now we don't need to export all. Export tiles in a UDIM numbering scheme. Well, yes, I think that would do the thing that I would like it to do. I'm going to be lazy, so I'll just export it here and then delete the one that I don't need. Okay, so we're just going to delete that. And then we're going to import, if we go back up to here, should be this. Ah, there it goes. Perfect. So that's exactly what I needed. So now what I need to do is I'm going to take a lasso tool, and I'm just going to use this to select the area where our holster used to be. And then we're just going to copy paste it to where it currently is. And that should, remedy the that'll remedy the problem that we're currently having, which is all of our texture data that we spent painting is no longer there. And I don't think there's much in terms of anything on the other layers, so shouldn't have to worry about that. Alright, so got it there. Now we just copy paste. Actually, I don't even need to cut. We'll just copy it. So that way we don't have to worry about any issues with like feathering or anything like that. I just rotate it. Probably about there. That's not perfect, but we can work with that. All right, so if I export that, we can export it to 004. I'll replace it. Come on. And if I go back to here and hit reload, there it goes. That's been copy pasted to there. Now let me go back to my 2D view. Well, not 2D view, 3D view. There's a little bit of, a little bit of seamage going on for where we cut and pasted, but we didn't get the full. It didn't cover it all in the first place, so. I suppose I should have increased the margin from where I tried to cut, but that's fine. All right, let's go here, and let's check our other layers. Was there any other information that needed to be copied? We don't need that. Roughness. I suppose we could copy our roughness as well. And our specular is nothing much out of the ordinary, so we'll just... should just be able to copy this and then paste it there. If my brush strength was properly set, there we go. So specular's set. And honestly, for roughness, it kind of doesn't really matter. We'll just grab whatever that color is and just throw it in there. Why is the interior of that rougher than the exterior? That doesn't make any sense. That's going to need to be fixed. 1 second. There we go. Here we got watercolor. I'm sure that's fine. A little bit too wild there. I'm not even using my Wacom at the moment. I'm just kind of brushing it on with a mouse and cursor. Probably could be doing a little bit better if I just, you know, swapped over real quick, but I'm not all that bothered at the moment. Set that to lighten instead. There we go. And then there we go. Sure, that's fine. Now we need to get working on, you know, fixing this area up because we got seams still. Oh, let me get out of this mode here, and let's set this to flat. Well, no, set this to flat. There we go. Now we can see everything the way it should be. And you know what? I'm going to shift over to my tablet. You know, I haven't really thought about this in terms of how I'm going to set my microphone up, because otherwise I'll be over here talking into the fucking screen and no one will be able to hear me properly. Let me try moving this. Uh-oh. Yeah. There we go. Let me unplug this, replug that in. There we go. Now I got my macro keyboard set up. And let's... Yeah. God damn it. I need a bigger desk. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I'm currently in the process of trying to actually build a bigger desk. I have a bunch of fucking 2x4s that I've milled down in my living room at the moment that I'm trying to get situated here. What was I doing? Right. Hi, buddy. My bear's up. Okay, let's turn that off. Transfer that over, and then turn on the Wacom capture display. There we go. Hi, buddy. Oh, bear's up and ready to be petted. Hi, buddy. I'm on ad break. Nah, people probably aren't even here at the moment. Well, at least they didn't have to. That's crap. Okay, I'll wait just a couple seconds, actually. Do I even have water? No. Okay. Alright, I think we're back from ad break. I didn't realize we had left. So yeah. I got the Wacom problem situated. I need a bigger desk, man. I don't have the space to do the shit that I need to do. Like, I have my keyboard pressed against the side of my desk. There's wires everywhere. Like, it's so difficult to function with this. It's ridiculous. Okay, that's turned off. Turn that back on. There we go. So, yeah, I'm currently in the process of even building a new desk. And I'm not talking like IKEA building either. What's going on here? That's not going away. Let me guess. That's a issue with something here. No? Huh. Weird. No, I'm in the middle of actually trying to carpent my own table out of 2x4 that I bought at Lowe's. I know, Menards. So currently I'm in the middle of trying to build it and get it all set up and ready to go, but I've been trying to also keep up with this project as well, and it's a bit difficult. So let's turn down that, and let's set this to need to blend these colors together. There we go. Maybe that'll fix this problem over here where it's all weird. What's this? Yeah, that kind of fixes it. Kind of blend everything together. So, the problem that I have with my current desk is, you know, well, there's a general lack of space that I'm having to deal with. I don't have like a drawer for my keyboard, so I can like put all this down there and have space for extra stuff and screens. I don't have like wire management. There's just cables going fucking everywhere. And I'd probably like to have space for like a sound system so I don't have to rely on a TV monitor for audio or headphones. So that's kind of where I am at the moment, and I've actually blueprinted up precisely what I'm wanting to do. I could show that off here in a second, but I don't know if you'd all really care to see it all that much. I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day in terms of, you know, how it goes. It's just one of those small project things that just adds to the pile of my free time. There we go. Blend that all in there. Okay, looking good. I think it's all together. Look at that. Looks like its own piece of leather. This back. I think I want to do a better job. There we go. Shift that up just a little bit. There we go. That's probably good. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to add a little bit of shading where these two layers of leather are sitting on top of each other. And that will be a portion of, you know, the ambient occlusion. Let me take a look at this here. I like how that kind of dark right there, but it could be a little bit tamed, I think. So let's sort of get in this area here and do a little bit of tinkering. Set this to airbrush. Uh-oh. Set this to add. Oh. Add. Nope. Add. Get all in there. There we go. Blur that just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, once I get this character, damn it. Once I get this character done, I'll have to think about exactly how best to implement and demonstrate him aesthetically. Probably gonna have to do some kind of animation of some kind up. You want down, buddy? There you go. Okay, he went down. So that's going to be probably the next step after, of course, rigging. But from there, I'm not entirely too sure what I'm going to be doing with this. So let's kind of go along, give this area here a bit of a highlight going up. Maybe not that much. I'll just probably blur that out here. Blend that in. Don't need. Here soon, after I'm done kind of throwing bits of texture on here, I might maybe add a little bit of stenciling to this. Maybe just to kind of sort of bake some like 3D detail in there because I don't want to like make a normal map or a bump map for this. I'm just trying to keep it really simple in terms of detail. Multiply, yes. Hold on. Come on now. There it goes. Now it's responding. You know what? I'm gonna use the watercolor brush. That adds a lot of nice texture. Let's do. Where's it at? Multiply. How's that looking? A bit too much. Actually, where would I want some of this detail? I think that's looking pretty good. Uh-oh. Actually, let's put on the impasto mixer here. Let's see here. Kind of jimmy things around here for a little bit and see what happens. A little bit of splotchy material going on here. Like that. Whoop. Pressing buttons on my keyboard because I now got a lot of space to move my hands. Kind of push in the lighting margins for the area here. Just kind of press them in like that. That's pretty good. Go. Now let's get on the top here. There we go. Just like that. I'm putting in hotkeys in my Blender, and I'm seeing things happen on my other screen too. Jesus, I think I was doing. I think I was hitting Alt Tab there. That's why. I'm surprised it was. I'm kind of surprised that even worked, to be honest. I thought that would have removed priority from Blender doing anything. Okay. What kind of? Okay, I'm working with a kind of round profile. Let's swap that to sharp. See what that does. That's okay. That was off to begin with. That's not doing anything. Why? Why is that not doing anything? Strength too low? Yeah, it looks like it was. Probably good. Now let's take those two areas. We got them selected. Yeah. Just sort of run the soften filter over that just a little bit. Soften filter. Now it's a brush. Keep that. Kind of blends that together a bit more. If not, I might have to get a little bit more assertive and use the smudge brush. Probably will. Actually. Yeah, it's a good blending tool. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Now what I need to do is I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, which is add a bit of shadow underneath this layer here to add a sense of depth. Let's see how that turns out. But I gotta do that on this layer. There we go. Let's see how this turns out. Yeah, I was hoping I'd get this character done a lot quicker than I've been working on it, which is unfortunate because I've been wanting to open up commissions again, but I've never actually been able to because, well, I'm stuck working on this, and I'd have to open up commission sheets to really advertise the, my capacities and whatnot. That's kind of how it all works. You want to show off what you can do, but the current issue is that since I'm too busy working on this, I'm not working on stuff to make money. It's kind of one of my perpetual problems of how I am. I tend to hyper-focus on certain things and just not be able to do the things that I need to do. Okay. I want to correct this UV mapping issue. Let's see here. Most of that's pinned, so if I hit wrap. There we go. That's good. That's what I want to see. I probably need to, I need to do that for all these little areas that I got. Nothing too out of whack. Nothing too bad. Come on now. There we go. Yeah, now I gotta go back and correct that. Maybe I can just push it with the smudge brush and it'll be fine and I won't have to worry about it. Let's see. Maybe. Maybe I can get away with it. Let's see. Maybe if I actually use the normal smudge brush. I'm wasting my time. Just do it normally. Now I can do a little bit of having a bit of issue getting this little corner here. Not sure why. Get that. Use normal mix. Maybe that'll help. There it goes. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah. There we go. How's that looking? Swap this to this, and then is it flat? A little bit. That could be dialed in a little bit more. Is it the holster? Yes, yes it is. I could show it all off. There we go. That's kind of what we're working with. It's a bit glossier than I'd like it to be. I think I'll dial that in as well. Oh, that's why. Ugh. I remember painting this earlier. I think Blender decided to do the old classic switcheroo and erase my texture as usual. Nice. Love to see it. Yeah, Blender has a knack, an absolute proficiency in a way to piss you off. Don't even get me started on fucking earlier, I was working on the shirt for this character, and I had to redo the ambient occlusion layer and the small detail layers that I made 5 times. I redid it 5 times because it just was like, no, we're just gonna not save it at all. Oh, hold on to this too. Wait. Was that? Okay, it was masked. Okay, I thought I smeared it onto the next layer now. Actually, that's another thing. So for this texture, is it? Okay, it is random. Thought it was not random. What the? Why are you not? It's not painting the way that I want it to. There we go. Just sort of smear that in. Good stuff. And then for the diffuse layer, wait, no, not diffuse, specular. Yeah, it reverted the specular map as well. Jesus, why? There we go. That should be the right color and whatnot. Also might want this as well and paint in the corners. Okay. Now it's not as shiny as it was, although it seems to... Where was I? Rough, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna need to repaint all that. Wait. Bring this back. There we go. Strength's pretty low. Let me... Well, I dial up the color. That would probably help. Yeah, we want to match that color there. Basically, all this needs to be... I just realized, to show off what I was working on, I kind of revealed everything, and now I need to hide it all again. Uh-oh. Select by normal, and then hide everything else. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Now I can work a little bit more efficiently. Select it down to there. I like that. Yeah, that'll be good enough. And that as well, and that. Sure, why not? We'll be blending it here in a second. What's this smear brush? Oh yeah, just do that. Yeah. Actually, we're just gonna do that. Just get the impasto mixer. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's the good stuff. Uh-oh, I smeared my line. Don't do that. Definitely want to blend this line in. That's an important line to blend in. Seam where the holster layers kind of converge. And then that area in there needs to be lightened. Because, well, it's not a very reflective surface. So that needs to be... Now I think we're largely good. Blur all that. And reestablish this roughness line here. Not that it probably matters all that much. It's not going to contribute too much because it's going to be inside. This area here, let's select that, just hit mix. There we go. There we go. And then why not just sort of go around it with a blend tool. There we go. That's probably good. There we go. Now it's no longer overly shiny. It looks the way that it should. Now let me go back to the ambient occlusion layer. Let me dial this in. This flat. Okay, that's. I think that's material pass, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me. Well, I know this area needs to be blended. It's just not doing so. An ambient layer? What is that? Ow. I just heard that crackle again. Actually, I think this playlist is looping. Yeah, it is. I just realized that. We're supposed to be on this one. There we go. It is the same song. Because I heard the fucking crackle and just, ow. It wasn't until that moment that I realized that too. Okay, so what's going on here? There's that happening. Is it alpha? Is that what's going on? Is there an alpha issue? It looks like it. Yeah, that was the issue. There's a transparency problem from when I cut and pasted, yes. That's why we have these seemingly unfixable dark areas. So if that's the case, if I just kind of go back over, sort of seams where we were, that should remedy some issues. There we go. Yeah, that's fixed. Now I can dial the fucking ambient occlusion in. Gonna take the smear brush. And... That's not a smear brush. There we go. Now we can do that. Uh-oh. Didn't mask, that's a problem. There we go. You know what, why not just use a white brush? It's basically what I need. Add. And I guess I could just wet that. Wait, is this black? Oh, I'm not getting anywhere with that. I have at least some value to it so we can do something. soften these shadows just a bit, because I think they're a touch much. Do this to sort of soften their value and make them more smooth. There we go. Now let's set this back to this. There we go. I think we need to add a little bit of ambience onto the actual strip right here itself. So we can just do that real quick. If I can grab that. Set that to multiply, and then this back to ambient occlusion. See how this plays out. Down a little bit, and go. Thought occurs to me that maybe I should do something else with it. Before I continue, I don't think these pieces were UV mapped properly. Yeah, since I copied them over, let's do this. So I'm going to take all these main pieces here. Not those. Let's take the majority of these square pieces. We're going to pin them. And take the inverse of this. Not those though. That'll cause a problem. We'll take these. We'll unpin them. There we go. So we take these and we unwrap them. Okay. So that springs these into a more natural looking state. But also looks like some of these areas have some issues with alpha. Looks like that's never changed. Oh, you know what's new. What the? There we go. Good. Bring this back. Like that by normal. All right, everything else. Let's go in here so I can take a look around. Okay. Alpha is not an issue here. Go back to the diffuse. Right. So if I set this to add alpha and I, just hit areas right in here where there is some texture, will that brighten it with the white, or will it just add to the alpha value that's already there? I don't know. Looks like it is the latter. Okay, so let's oh, wrong button. This, and then let's. Oh wait, I'm set to add. That's not right. All right, let's go back to that experiment. Let's just flip the colors to a gray, and then try to just press in there. It seems to do what I would expect of it. Doodle around back there, that kind of... Well, considering... Okay, so since the background was by default black, and I'm adding alpha there, it's, making color there, yeah. Let's just kind of hit this whole area here. Okay. Just push these areas. Smear brush. go. There we go. Now we can just kind of go back over those areas where we had pushed and smeared and fix whatever alpha problems might have came up when we did that. There we go. Now that shouldn't be an issue anymore. And now we have the UV maps in these areas more fixed. Although maybe I could also see it right in here. I could, what's it now? Mark those as seams, unpin them. Let's, unpin a bit of this. I don't know how far back I want to go. Maybe just there, and then see what that does. A little bit of something. Just sort of join these areas back together. Because I want these areas to share texture. Kind of the point of what I'm doing. I want them to roughly be the same. Doesn't have to be perfect, but to an extent, I want to reuse some of my work. I'm just gonna go through and select all these areas here, just a little bit, and then not Alt M, just M. There we go. Oh, not by that much. So we're gonna merge by distance, and that should snap these areas together. There we go. In fact, I could do that for the rest of this as well. There's that. There's the threshold. Nice. All that looks good. Now we can pin that in place. Make sure that's good. All right. Now we can keep going. Let's flip this back to this and watercolor. That's what I was doing. Let's keep going. So now when I paint this, it should be a little bit better, a little bit smoother than what it looked like before. And it does look to be so. I think the resolution was a little bit lower when I first started, but now it's on par with how it was. Once we're good here, we'll take a smear brush and kind of spread it out, make sure it's all relatively uniform. Maybe smooth brush first. Uh-oh. Ah! Keep accidentally hitting the other button on my pen, making me drag the thing all over. Okay, so I want, say, our darkest point to look roughly like that. Okay, so now I want to set this to darken, and we have a higher strength. How's that look? Okay. Let's set our thing to sharper, so that way it's darker near the center, but we still maintain a more soft transition throughout. You just want to darken this area where these two pieces of mesh are seamed. There we go. There we go. Now we can just sort of getting a little bit too dark in there, isn't that? Ah, it's because it's set to dark. Maybe we set it to mix instead. Maybe that'll help fix that. Go. not it. There we go. There we go. That's good. All right. Wish there was a quicker. Made it in time for some Blender tutorial painting. Hey, how's it doing? How's it doing? Like I'm I did a thing. Actually, that's not what he says. It's how you going. That's what he says. Set this to add. I think this is an appropriate music to represent my mental state. No. Okay, so I'm using this. What's my? Okay, mine's sharper. Let's use a smear. I think that'll kind of soften that corner a little bit. I didn't want it to spread onto that face though. There we go. I got a mask now. Fortunately, I haven't ran into the one Blender glitch that I typically run into when I'm texture painting. Yeah, a little bit of hand-painted ambient occlusion. Oh, I just had a moment where I saw 2 lines there for a second. No. Yeah, there we go. That's good. No, I haven't run into the glitch that I typically find whenever I'm painting in Blender. And this is what happens, and I fucking hate this. I hate it so much. So, say you're painting, right? All right, you got your thing. I'll just do this. We'll just or whatever. That didn't do anything. Is it masked? Oh yeah, I'm in ambient occlusion. That wouldn't have done anything anyway. Let's do it in diffuse because you'll be able to see it. Say you're texture painting, right? This is the glitch, and this is a glitch I fucking hate. And it's been in Blender since Blender 2.8. It's been around for fucking years, and it's never been fixed, and I don't know why. So here's the glitch, right? And hopefully we don't run into this during the stream, but this is the glitch. So, say you're texture painting, right? You're drawing, you're doing your thing, right? And like, beans, I didn't mean to do that. And you hit undo. Now, what the glitch is when you hit undo, it sets your brush to something entirely different than what you were currently using, right? So, if you wanted to keep drawing, say you just, did the thing, you didn't do it right. It's like, crap, now I gotta go back and get the brush and do it again, and then hit undo, and then it swaps it back again. It is so goddamn annoying to have to continuously reselect your brush just to make a correction. And it happens, it happened. I have recorded footage of it. I'm not gonna pull it up, but you get the idea. It happens so often that this glitch occurs. It drives me crazy, and I don't know why we still have it in 4.1, and it's been around since 2.8. Maddening. Okay, so there's the ambient occlusion. That looks good. Are we in flat? We weren't. All right. Let me also do that in specular. Another annoying thing that I have about. Have you told Blender about it? Not yet. I haven't made like a formal report, but people will always report it, and then they say, "Oh, it's fixed," and then it's not. I definitely feel like I've had that issue as well. I swear I haven't touched texture painting system in a fucking decade. It's so archaic. It's pretty bad. Another issue with texture painting in Blender is you can only paint on one layer at a time. So, say you want to have a brush that paints a dirt texture on something. You can only paint... Let's say you had like a material brush, right? And you had a dirt texture, right? So let's say, I don't know, this is my brush, right? I have a grunge metal brush, and if I paint it on, what the fuck? I think I have like strobe smooth. Yes, turn that off. Oh, I'm in specular too. That would fucking... I keep making that mistake. So say we have a material brush and you paint on, here's some metal. Here's metal. The issue is if this had some semblance of a material brush, you would be able to paint on the diffuse layers, the specular layers, the roughness layers, the metal layers, all those at once, and you could do that. I was literally just trying to do this the other week, trying to paint some color roughness at the same time. Yeah, there's no way to do that well. There are ways you could do this in a way that's kind of a workaround. And that would be the best way to demonstrate this. Okay, so fuck it, let's save right now. I just want to go off on a bit of a tangent to kind of demonstrate something. I can think of several, I can think of a solution or two. So let's say you wanted to have a brush that painted a particular pattern in the materials, just with a texture brush, just one of these normal brushes. So the way that I could imagine going about doing that would require a special map. So at the moment, my texture is currently using 3 different maps here. We have a metallics, we have a roughness, and we have a specular. Ended up running my color through a color ramp and into the roughness, but that's such a hack. It is. And this kind of is too. This is a way to create a way to have a brush that can paint on multiple layers at a time. And that is true, but here's the idea. So to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically combine these 3 textures all into one. And how does one do this? So basically, this is a technique that is used in things like normal maps. It's used in splat maps. And it's basically what we're going to do is we're going to take an image. We're going to, let's pull up our image texture here. Let's do this. We have a roughness map here. And if you know anything about color in digital space, color is comprised of RGB values. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, when you're using specialized maps, like a normal map, these values represent channels. So the red channel represents the angle of a surface, particularly in the X direction. The green represents the Y direction, and then the blue represents the depth. So let's take that same approach and mentality and make our own specialized map to correlate to our roughness, specular, and metallics, right? So how do we do that? I'm gonna have to swap back to the small display. I just happen to have this pulled up. So I think, where would that be? Back up here to textures, here we go. This is going to be an absolute pain in the ass, but I'll do it with one of them just to kind of give you an idea. I will need, we'll just do it for the very top layer of the UDM. So we'll load a metal, loading that. So we'll load the metal, we'll load the specular. Damn it, stat. Ah! And we'll, was it roughness? Where's that at? Yeah, roughness. Okay, so we have these 2 layers for... Shit, did I just close one? Ah, fuck. Damn it. Alright, let me open up the metal layer again. I did not mean to do that. So we have these 3 layers. And what we need to do is we need to now convert them into an RGB value. So since these are all... I believe these are grayscale. I don't think these have any color. I don't think I've made that mistake. No. So, okay, so which one's going to be what value? I think we'll go with roughness as red. So I'm going to add a new layer, and with this layer, this is going to be set to subtract. Where's that at? Somewhere. Subtract. Okay. There we go. We have it set to subtract, and we'll fill it with transparency. That's as close as I would like it. So if we're going to convert this to a red channel, we need to subtract all of the green and blue. And to do that, we're going to set this to that, and we'll just remove that from that. Okay, so if we fill this layer with this color, which is a subtraction layer, this should turn red. Cool. Perfect. I should be able to copy this layer, and we paste these into everything else, right? Well, I just need a new layer. I was hoping it would be a subtraction, but fuck it, we'll just do that. There you go. Okay, so this is the red value. We'll make metallic blue, I guess. And no, we'll make it green. We'll make it green. So we'll move green, make that red. We'll fill this color. We'll set it to subtract. Where's that at? I wish there was hotkeys for this. That'll be green, and then this will be blue. So we'll add that, remove that, that. Set this to subtract. There we go. So now we have our values. Yeah, you see where I'm going with this? Okay, so now we're going to merge these together. So these will now all be... All these colors are now color-coded. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take these, and we're now going to combine them together like this. Make that a new layer, copy this, paste that here, make that a new layer, and then they need to be added together. So if we set this to add, where's that at? Addition, okay, and set this to addition. Addition, there we go. Cool. So, if these are all added together properly, which I think they are, what we should be able to do now is we can export this as a new type of map. I'm going to save this as if I could. Surface 1001, because that's what this is. I'm going to call it a surface map. And I'm not going to worry about adding base character or whatever. That'll be fine. There we go. So, now that we have this, I did save, right? So if we go back to the Wacom capture, let me make sure I'm saved. Or also, let me make sure I haven't done something catastrophic to my textures to cause stuff to break. I think we're good. I don't think anything's broken. Cool. What we're going to do now is that map that we made corresponds to all three of those textures. So, considering that being the case, we're just going to... Well, first we're going to select all that represents that. Oh shit, you have a mask on. I need to remove that. There we go. Now you're available. We'll hide the shirt. We'll hide that. Oh, that also has a mask. There we go. There we go. So now we should just be able to be like, all right, we got our mask. We'll just delete. And that should break things, right? It's now returned back to a flat state where everything is the same level. So now what we do is we're going to add our image texture that we just, damn it. Image texture, there we go. We'll open our textures, find our surface material. Here we go, we'll set that to closest. This is not a UDIM tile, it's just a single image. Although I have it tagged to be a UDIM because it has the 100 in it. So that's kind of my fault. Didn't think of that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to separate by color. Technically, it doesn't matter. We could use separate by color or separate XYZ. technically doesn't matter, just because it's, you know, it's all the same thing. All it is just a special way it's read. This could technically be a vector if you set this to non-color space, which actually I need to do. It's non-color. So we're not even gonna worry about that. We'll just delete that. Doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. I guess this gives you a little bit extra room to play with because you can set it to hue, saturation, lightness, all that. Doesn't matter. Plug that into that, and I have to remember what layers were what. Okay, green was metal. Still set that to that. Red was roughness, and then blue was specular. Yeah, IOR level, index of reflection. And when we do that, it should be roughly the same. It doesn't really seem like it saved everything properly. Is it because it's set to non-color? Yeah, that's where it was. I had it set. So I'm using. Okay. So typically they want. I think they always say that for things like this, you're supposed to use non-color space. Well, yeah, non-color. So if it's set to non-color, this is how it's supposed to look. I think. But if I remember correctly, this is supposed to be perfectly metal. It's not supposed to be matte like that. I wanted it. So I'm just going to keep it set to SRB. I feel like non-color data seems to be strange somehow. Like it's non-linear. I don't know how to explain it. The SRB seems to be more correct. So now that we are using this, so what we can do instead is we now have a texture for surface. And since it uses every single channel as its own color, what we could do, if we remember how things work, so we have the RGB channel. Let's say I want this patch of his skin to be metallic. We could set, okay, green was metallic, that's right. We have it green, roughness is that, specular is that. We should be able to just paint right there. I'm still using the metal brush, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Let's try that again on a different brush that's meant to be very specific. Okay, this is... I'm going to make sure I actually had shading going on. So we have roughness. If we set the roughness really low so it's really smooth, we want it to be metallic and relatively shiny. Now we can just paint that area. And now that area should be pretty good if I'm in the right area. I think I am. I am painting on the UDM surface, right? Pretty sure that's right. Yeah, metallic roughness, IOR. Pretty sure that's right. I'm set to add. Shit, that threw the whole thing off. That's why. There we go. That's what I wanted. I was like, why does it look weird? That's why. I've studied color science and off and on for years, and I honestly still never know which to use in most cases. What do you mean by not sure what to use? Okay, so yeah, we got this, and look at that. It looks like fucking brass. That's so good. Oh, it's beautiful. Actually, let me fuck around with this. Let me copy this. Let's use this brush around right here. A little bit grungy. I mean, that's what it's called, so I shouldn't be surprised. But it doesn't really look like metal. Probably has something to do with the fact that we're using a texture instead of a mask. That's probably why. Set that tip. There we go. Yeah, got a little bit of crust to it as well. We can blur it all out. Yeah. So that basically allows you to create a your own custom channel to have a semblance of what's it now? You can make your own brush this way. So I could, you know, if we undo all of this, not like it really matters because this is not even texture set that we have. I can always revert. Yeah, we have like some speckles or whatever. Look at the color. And we should just be able to just add speckles of whatever. And there you go. Look at that. Little speckles of stuff on his fur, like he got drizzled with rain. Although it's fur, that'd be a bit awkward. But yeah, that is something that I think Blender needs to incorporate, is being able to paint on multiple layers at the same time. That's nice, Siggy, you put in the model there. Yeah. Yeah, color spaces are weird. I don't really fully get it. It's just kind of the way that they're communicated. Basically, all that matters in my eye when you're using a color space is that it does the thing that you want it to do as you're using it. And if it's getting baked in the end anyway, it doesn't really matter. Now, the difference can come when we're changing engines. Like, say, if we're working on this in Blender and, you know, we're exporting it to use in Unity or Godot or whatever have you. If you were using our SRB, whatever the fuck it is, if you're using that layer, when you convert it, it won't read right because it's using a completely different color space to read it. I don't like using non-color space in Blender because it throws off the color and how I see it when I'm painting if I were to edit it in 2D mode. Let me just revert this because, you know, I think I've proven the point. Let me just revert this. I'm using SRB. That's what all of these are using. But if I swap these to non-color, we'll see what it's probably actually supposed to look like. That's non-color as well. Yeah. So this is what it's actually supposed to look like, and it doesn't have that chrome finish as it was previously. So I'm probably gonna have to fix that and figure out why that's the case now. Okay, so we're on metal. So it is registered as metal. I know that much. Yeah. Let me try to see what happens here, because I remember one of the things that I had problems with. Let's see if I go to diffuse. Let's go to the diffuse character. Man, my throat's getting hoarse from talking. Actually, I'm gonna go fix that real quick. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Just real quick. I got water. My throat's no longer being myrtleated. Oh wait, I need a coaster. There. Okay, I'm on ad break for just a minute. I'm sure people have ad blockers, but I'm just gonna hold up for a hot minute. Pretty sure I remember the reason why I swapped to sRGB is a very particular reason. It involved the display. The color space of the file image to convert to any file. Wait. To convert to and from when saving and loading the image. Okay. Alright, ad break ends in 6 seconds, so I'll get back into it here. Alright, I think the ad break's over. So, I think the reason why I kind of avoided using nonlinear color space, particularly for just generally texture painting. If I go back to, what would I use? What am I thinking of? Oh, let me just do roughness, maybe. So we go back to roughness character. If I recall, so I went and set my texture to a value of 50. And I don't think I painted on this as it is right now, but I don't think this color matches this color. And I think I'm gonna try to see if I'm fucking crazy. So I'm gonna just do that. I'm just gonna get a screenshot of that. We're gonna paste this into here. Hi, buddy. Hi, Bear Bear. My cat's staring at me with indignation. He wants attention. Come on, buddy. Hi there. Okay, let me swap this over to small display. Okay. So this is the color that I have set. It's at a value of, yeah, it's Bear. So, let me, come on. Swap to the image picker, please. Please. There we go, image picker. So if we select this color, we have, if I see hue saturation, yeah. Hue saturation, 5.2. It's a little bit off. I'm sure it's just sort of one of those rounding errors considering we're doing 255. You can't have a perfectly even number there. I'm sure if I, actually, could I could set it 255 there, but not for value. Whatever. But, so that's the value here. That's the perfectly middle value average for the color there. So, what's the color for this right here? It is very noticeably different, and the value is almost a quarter higher than it should be. So, what the fuck is going on here? Why is there a discrepancy in color? Why is this a value of 0.5 being displayed of a value of 73.7? Why? Why is that the case? I have absolutely no idea. And that has thrown me off because when I'm looking at something, I can visually tell based on color. Yeah, it's non-linear is the problem. So it drives me up a wall because I can look at something and be like, that's very clearly not the right value. But yet it's what Blender is using. Blender does not use a linear value when it's determining values for some reason. And I don't know how that's determined. So if we were to make a gradient between white and black, let me see here. Let me see if I can. Let's not do this on this and absolutely brick my. Let's not brick my textures, please. Actually, do I still have that surface? I don't, but I can load it. How do I do that? File, open. There we go. This should be its own thing, and we'll change this to non-linear. Well, non-color, whatever. Probably should have did that in the beginning, honestly. But that's what it looks like in non-color. So if I go to Tools, and I make a gradient, we'll make this black, we'll make this white, and we create a perfect gradient. How do I cannot seem to snap the line. That's great. This will be close enough. This is apparently what the graph will look like. Considering that this is how it's supposed to be, you'll notice there is a hell of a lot more white than there is black. It's non-linear, which is the problem. But if we swap this to seems it will not let me save that. Well, I do have it already up on GIMP, right? Yeah, I do. Fuck it. We'll save over it because I don't care. I'm not intending on using it anyway. It's annoying to try to wrap your head around for sure. That's why I just do everything in linear these days. Yeah, I do not like conversions. So we see this, if we set it to SRB, it's noticeably darker. And the value right in here, right in the middle, is pretty damn close to, 0.5. If we could probably find it, maybe. It's somewhere in there, right? Doing a little bit of looking. Which I could probably just... Does it tell me the value somewhere down there? No, I don't see it. Point is that the value somewhere in the middle is, where it should be, as opposed to a non-color where, you can't tell visually where the middle is. That's kind of the whole point, I feel, of using SRB, is that it's inherently intuitive. It's linear. You can tell, what values are by looking at them. If it's a moderate gray, oh, that's 0.5 or close to it. It's just annoying. Okay, let me revert again back to where we were. And that's just going to be how it is. Oh, I do have... shit. Okay. Yeah, I figured that would happen. I did. I was going through a whole thing trying to show the difference between linear and non-linear. I'll just do that again real quick. I'll just do a different image, though. Actually, I'll just do this. Let's make a new image. Blank. Gradient. Okay, set that to black. I'll just do a real quick. So, there. What? Oh, it's set to multiply, that's why. Okay. There we go. So this is, I believe, where am I set? Okay, this is SRB. So this is a linear color format. The middle is gray, the top is white, the bottom is noticeably dark. However, if we were to, I'm gonna save over that again. If we set this to non-color, you'll notice that it is noticeably brighter. And the problem with that is as a visual artist, you can't distinguish a middle value from a lower value because they're crunched together. Why? It's so annoying. You can't distinguish them, so why use it if you can't intuitively see something wrong? I would just keep them the same visually and just use... I would like to keep it the same visually and use it as non-color, but if I do that, there's no winning. So we're keeping it non-linear. I'm going to revert again. And we're back to where we started. I don't even remember what the hell it was I was doing. I think I was fiddling with the holster. I think I was going to add something. I'm now going to check and see if... Okay, looks like it saved my stuff. Good. I'm gonna do a little bit of blending here. Yeah. Soften these things up. There we go. A little bit of... There we go. So now we go back to diffuse. Oh yeah, I believe I wanted to show off another thing as a secondary method to what's it now? A secondary method to painting with a material. It's a little bit more nuanced. And basically it would go like this. Okay, so say you wanted to paint with a texture. Like you wanted to paint on, I don't know, some kind of mud texture. I mean, actually, I want to check if I even have some kind of material on standby that I could even use. I have no idea. You know, I could just make my own, I don't care. Let's do, here's what I'll do. I'll just make a checker. You know, no, well, we'll do a Voronoi. Or would it be a noise texture? I think they did something. Oh, you know what? No, I don't even need to do anything. I have the perfect example right here. So as of right now, I have I have my material set up so that way when I'm texture painting, I can flip between shaded and non-shaded. Well, one thing that you could do to have a way to paint materials on is we're going to make a image texture here. Oh man, some Sonic music, that's some good shit. I don't remember what resolution this is. I think 512 for the pants. Okay. Move that down. Okay, so we'll just plug this into that. Doesn't matter right now. So now we've replaced the image texture, I think, because it has a value, because it's black and has a value of black, I think it should mean that it's shaded, right? I think it's shaded. It doesn't look like it. Not sure. So if I'm in shading. Let me swap to this. Close that. I think it's just called Untitled, right? Yeah, it's dark. So based on the shading, so the lower, this one should be layered on top, I think. But it would seem that it's unshaded at the moment, so I'm wrong. Ah.
Hello, YouTube.
Hey, how's it going, Cash MP4?
All is good going around here.
Good thing I caught that. So basically the point here is we're using the value of this image to... Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, because it's not, it's because it's a UDIM, right? So this should be shaded or something. I'm fucking fumbling. So the point is if I paint on here, we should be seeing changes. Yeah. Okay. Let me set this to white so we can totally see the extreme differences. And I'll even set this to a constant value. So we're painting the head, yes. So we have now a splitter, a mix shader, and a texture here. We can now use that to paint a difference between the two. So basically, if we wanted to paint certain textures or materials all in one stroke, we would basically set up a mixer between the two and then use the texture map to mask them over each other. And I could add to that idea by making another one, adding a checker texture. And let's be a little bit more specific here. Let's revert this. And then I'm going to do a little bit of extra stuff here. Take this, we're going to separate by color. So red will designate what isn't shaded. You know, I'll flip these so it'll be easier to tell. So it is shaded, and green will designate Okay, so if we go into texture paint and we turn these down, when we paint with red, you know, I'll keep it on that. When we paint with red, hey, thank you for all your concise work on Blender. It gave me so much ideas to realize. I'm glad you like it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to demonstrate this. So we have three materials. We have the base diffuse principled shader, we have a flat shader, and we have some checker. So if we paint red on here, we can see that those areas are now not shaded. But if we instead throw some green on here, it should override these, and we can see that now he has some checker instead. So basically, if you want to paint materials directly onto a character, that like a pre-made texture, basically you have to set up a way to translate that onto the character, which is through this kind of mapping setup. Similar to how it was earlier when I combined the roughness, metallics, and specular all into one color map. But here we're using a texture map to assign specific materials. And that's what we could do there if we had specific materials we wanted to add, like dirt, to the character. Unfortunately, I don't have any pre-established materials to do that, to really show off the idea, but, you know, we can, I think you can get the idea like this. So you can see here's some, you know, non-shaded parts of the material. So if we wanted to do that, you could just paint the stuff on. So now I'm just going to convert. I hope to Christ I did not cause any lasting damage to my textures. Okay, good. If I had to redo all that because I did something to show things off, I was going to have a aneurysm. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to add stitching to this part of the model. Because we have this stitching here, and honestly, I kind of want to redo that because it's a bit gross looking. It looks like the last time I tried to stitch leather. It's not particularly great. So we're gonna probably redo that. Get all of this here. There we go. That has all the stitching on it. Set that to flat so I can see what I'm doing. And let's kind of buff that stuff out here. I'm gonna read. Oh, there's my pen. I had to look for my pen for a second. Display is on the right thing. Good. We're just gonna redo this stuff here, and I see I'm gonna have to also redo the AO layers and specular and all that good stuff. Oh well. Could I cheat by just using a smear brush and just being like, yeah, just blend it in with the color. It's great. Maybe. Kinda worked. Still gonna have to go through the specular layer and correct that, but, you know. And not just the specular layer, also the roughness and all that. Ugh. Okay. Yep. Let's go here. Need some more water. Ugh. Whoop. Yep. Basically just need to go through and erase all the stitching, and we're going to redo it. this is one of those instances where I wish I could just, set up an easy way to paint the material on all the layers at once as I'd shown you. But that would require a lot of setup. That is a pain in my ass that I do not want to do. Not only would I have to, depending on which method I use, I would either have to completely design the material from scratch and then paint it on using a value map, or use a special, mapping system that I, at the end of the day, would only still be paying on the diffuse. No. Simply no. What the hell? When did that get blurred? That's weird. I didn't smear this with the... No. You can see why texture painting takes a long time in Blender. It really does. Get all this in here. Cover these things, and then we'll just kind of blend it all together. Why is that not doing anything? Come on now. I'm tumbling all weird. I'm tumbling all over the place. That ought to be fun. And we gotta go to the specular layer. Gotta change this back. Oh, I missed those messages.
Big Jim Slade.
How's it going, Vanilla Orange Manchaco?
Big Jim Slade.
I haven't done that voice in a very long time, actually. It's only since I've been streaming, started streaming again, that I've been doing that robot voice.
I did have the idea to do it as a D&D character, but then I realized I would slowly destroy my voice. It is not good for me.
Okay, I'm seeing... That's what that is, cavity. That's why I'm seeing kind of, sort of, I can kind of see the polygons of it, but not really. Ah, beans and toast, I still see stuff. Diffuse, I should just be able to just, there you go. Just smear it all together. Just blend it all together, it should be fine. Now I need to go back and actually do the stitching. I did do it once or twice, but it wasn't like I'm playing the character as like an active robot, and that's the only way that I interact with as a character is as that voice. I've definitely done it before, a good number of times, but not like, you know what I mean. Okay, now we gotta figure out what is the proper stitching that I want. I want something a little bit subdued. A little bit like that, but maybe a little bit more subtle. Let's start with the leather color itself. Swap to that. I think I want it to be less saturated, a little bit brighter, and maybe just a touch off color. There we go. I think maybe something like that. Turn radius off, so I want this all to be kind of like that. I stick with something like that, maybe it's sharper. It's good. Maybe I want a little bit more hue out of that. More, a little bit. Okay. Let me drag. There we go. Okay, definitely less saturation. Probably around there-ish. So if I start making little stitches going from one end to the other, and then, okay, let's make a copy of that color. Remove the saturation entirely and keep the value the same, I suppose. On the ambient occlusion layer, separate. If I paint those in like that, a bit dark. What if I use the same color? It's a bit too dark. Okay, so what if we lighten it a bit? Like that. A bit too, not too little. Stick with multiply, and then we kind of just hit them till they look right. Maybe. I think my stitching my stitching might be a bit too close to the edge. Actually, let me turn on wireframe so I see where I am. Oh, I'm right on the edge. That is not where I want to be. Okay. Okay, so probably start my stitching. Let's get out of the ambient occlusion layer. Somewhere there, and then we start going down. Thinking I'm just gonna stick by doing this by hand, but I do have this brush. Where is it? Right here. So I could do those like that. I might. Okay. I think I am going to do that. I'll definitely make it easier on me. Let me just copy my colors over. Why make things harder on yourself, right? Set that to sharper. Let's figure out the right layer is. I wish I had a. I see your message now. I wish I had a. If I had reverb on my mixer, I'd throw it your way. But unfortunately, all I have is an audio interface, so all I can do is F. I'd throw some audio magic on there if I really wanted to. Could do a quick detour to make it work, but it's a little bit of a detour if you don't mind. Till then, I'll just let's see. Does this work? Maybe a little bit bigger. That's maybe a little bit too big. Go back. I think that stitching is fine. If I follow it. Yeah, see, that's kind of the issue that I was having. To get rid of the mixer with all the random knob effects. Yeah, that one finally broke, I think. That one kind of ate the bin. Yeah, the issues I think I'm having trying to do it by hand is that there's a bit too much imperfection, although that does look well lined up now. I don't know. Let me keep going. Uh-oh, got a little bit too close there. I would stitch that a little bit together. that seem make sense? Don't know. Probably not. Yeah. Those not there was a lot of randomization in them knobs. Okay. Alright, let's just do this. Bring that in. Let me look at my wallet real quick for reference for stitches and whatnot. Not a lot of intricate stitching, really. I suppose I could look up, like, actual, like, you know, stitchings. Pull this over here. I'm gonna look on this off screen because I'm afraid that pulling up weapon paraphernalia might not be good for YouTube or whatever. Of course, I say that in the fucking, you know, modeled one on screen, but that's artistic. That's not a weapon. No. Okay. Might then be able to continue the stitching around this area. Might be a bit excessive, I don't know. That's a fair point too, looking at the stitching. There's a very specific way when you stitch something in leather. Actually, I can probably just show this off right now. Fuck it. So for this leather right here, you can see how it's stitched. Now the issue is, if we look back at this stitching, there's actually gaps right here in the stitching. Because the way they're stitched is they kind of how do I demonstrate this? Basically, they kind of so you have two needles on one end. Like you've pulled it through, and basically you punch a hole in these areas, and then you kind of pass both needles through. You're effectively making a sort of knot in each little area as you're going and pulling through. So all these are passing through a hole, and there's effectively two threads kind of figure eighting through the leather. Now, do you see the issue with my stitching? There's gaps. There should be gaps. I've now realized this. So we're gonna undo all that. And instead, what we're going to have to do, we're going to go back to this. So instead, the stitching should probably instead look, I can select everything, select my normal, hide everything, localize, bring that back in. So instead, the stitching should look like just a straight line, goes all the way through. If I can, let me stabilize my brush, maybe that'll help. Something like that. Perhaps not the greatest, but let me something like that. And then in the ambient occlusion layer, what we'll need to do, if I flip that and set this to multiply, do that. Basically, we'd be going through and finding where basically our stitching is going into and darkening it because it's supposed to be a hole. Or I suppose what we would do, considering it's kind of leather. Okay, so this is ambient occlusion. Maybe flip it to this. It's kind of making it a bit green. Maybe if I use... Uh-oh. I'd be cheating just a little bit by using actual color. Yeah, see? That kind of helps create that illusion. The only reason why I'm even kind of using color on a ambient occlusion map, I think ambient occlusion is supposed to be strictly grayscale. If you bake it down onto your texture anyway, yeah. Currently, we could say that the color layer is the albedo. If I bake the ambient occlusion on it, all it does is it makes it a diffuse map instead of albedo. So, kind of doesn't really matter what I do with the ambient layer, because I'll just be, baking it down anyway. The only reason why maybe I wouldn't is if I wanted to swap out, like, character clothing. If I, undo all this. I should probably add an ambient layer to, like, darken where the, say the vest is overlapping the shirt. Like, say right here, if I... probably darken it a little bit more. Considering he's wearing a vest and whatnot, there should be some shadow there, right? But if I bake that down, if I, say, want to remove the vest, well, you've baked your maps down, and now you can't do that. You've destructively, layered your textures, and you can't do that now. So maybe I should be just a touch careful, but you can't really remove the stitching from the textures at the same time, and probably not as big a deal as I'm thinking it is. Oh yeah, I've gone and went to a different object, now I can't paint it right. So this is basically how I think we would be doing stitching. Because the dark areas that we're seeing is where the stitch is whipping through the leather. Basically what's happening. Although at the same time, I don't know how good that really looks. I might be getting... Well, I don't really necessarily have the technique down to really do what I want to do. It looks like I've hit the limit on how far I can go back, so now I have to paint this back out. I probably also should be using a layering system to be painting on it like this instead of destructively painting over my texture as I am right now, but the issue that I found is the last time I did that, I had to redo hours worth of work because the layers didn't save properly, and then I had to redo it all anyway. Which was beans as fuck. But, it would certainly be not disrupting my textures. That's for sure. So I might do that. It's kind of the issue that I've sort of put myself in. Kind of stuck in the paralyzing, what was it now? Choice paralysis, where you have all these different possibilities of solving the issue, but you're caught up in the drawbacks of all of them and can't pick one. So I'm probably going to just wind up sticking with the worst of all the solutions and just destructively painting on it anyway. Which is not fantastic. I do kind of like that texture here. I might just go back to painting with that because it looked good. I also realized that this lever doesn't look like this lever. Probably try to remedy that. Not sure. Let's see how this stitching looks on this. Pretty good neutral color. I'm gonna get in there and do some fiddling. Maybe shorten those strokes a bit more. Yeah, the issue with the pixelization is it kind of doesn't look all that great. Although, not too bad. Oh, there's the gun. I was wondering where that went. Okay. If I set this to X-ray, where's... Okay, that's part of the problem that I've seen, is that this has been... It's not exactly the way that I wanted. It's not entirely smooth. It kind of juts there. Where's... I'm in X-ray mode. There we go. I can kind of push that a little bit, and then maybe this and a little bit. Smoothing it just a touch. Okay, I think this stitching in here looks good, but it's a bit too long up there. Cool. That's what I'm thinking. Now. I'm kind of now thinking that I might want to do a layering system for the stitching, honestly. This is only an issue that's going to compound, and if I do it now, well, it'll be a layer that I can use elsewhere as well, so let me just do this. Let's avoid painting that close to that layer. Well, that part of the mesh. Try to blend all this back in. Is that on the ambient occlusion layer? I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, so I have a small detail layers that I've been using lately, but that's kind of just like a secondary ambient occlusion, and I need something that I can mix instead. so we want this by mix. We can delete that. Make a new. I'm gonna have to do something risky here. Last time I did this, it ended up breaking a lot of things. You know, I think if I do the metallics instead, I'll have less things that break, because the metallics is very simple. It's like, oh, this is or isn't metal, so it's only white or black. So we'll just make a new one of these. Unpack. That shouldn't cause problems. Let's make a new. Wait, no, I would do that. That's what I would need to do. And this will be mix layer. There we go. And now I need to go into the texture painting and find that layer. Mix layer. And we're going to save this as a very specific thing, because if I don't, when I hit save, it's going to overwrite this metallic layer, and this is what happened last time when I lost all of my texturing data. So this is going to, yeah, this is being saved here. That's interesting. So this probably happened when I unpacked the files like I just did. Let me go in here real quick. Just gonna take all of those and throw them into character. Replace files in the destination. When I refresh, there it goes. We're gonna go into here, and we're gonna call this mix layer, or just go mix 1. Mix 1 base character UDIM. So now we're going to go to erase alpha. Set that to constant. We're just going to erase everything. Save as. Is it saved in here? Mix base. Yeah, there it is. Set to what now? I think the metallics must have messed up now. Yeah, this is what I was afraid would happen when I do the. Go to shading. Oh, it might be because I moved it and then didn't. Second. Texture paint. Let's do report missing files. Yeah, it can't find the metallics now. We're gonna have to point it to where we just moved it. Find missing files, textures, character, go. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck's going on? Oh, I'm fucking stupid. That's why. It's because the mix was on. Ah. Jesus. Oh, at least it wasn't anything that was my fault. There we go. So we should be good. Everything's not on fire. Great. Okay. So now we have the mix layer. And if I plug this in, okay, there's that, but let's feed in the alpha channel. All right. So, I don't think anything is broken yet. Let's see here. Okay, we have ambient occlusion, diffuse. Oh, I might be using this placement. Metallics, mix. Everything seems to be fine. Look at the fact that on the mix base character 05, it seems to still have some stuff. Try that again. Oh wait, let me just try refreshing. Maybe that'll do something. There, never mind. I don't gotta save everything now. Based on that, it looks like I can just do some testing. So now that I've done this, I should now have a new layer. And I'm gonna do a quick reboot of this. So let me close down Blender now. Save. That'll go through my textures again. Let me refresh that, make sure nothing broke. I don't see anything. Close that down. We'll reopen it. All right, let's open this up. Everything seems fine. Okay. I'm being very anxious about this because last time I did this, I lost fucking an hour of work. Just, ugh. Swap that back to console capture. There we go. Okay. There are add-ons that make this a fuckload easier. Problem is that well, I do have one installed. I've kind of hit, we're kind of at the threshold point where using it kind of doesn't matter anymore, because I would have to basically import all of my shit into a layer and then do it all over again. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So since we now have this mix layer, should now work, I think, the way that I think it should. So I should be able to do a whole bunch of drawings on it, and then I can erase without destructively altering the layers beneath it, which is great. I wish I had found the fucking add-on that does this for you. It's called Yuku Paint. Update to the latest version of the Paint add-on. Ah, fuck, I just downloaded it recently. What the fuck? I gotta find a new one? Ugh. Damn it. But yeah, basically, I would have to do the quick setup, and then I'd do all this stuff. But there's no layers. Unless I could just chuck stuff on top of what I already have, which I suppose I could. I don't know. I don't even know what this is doing. I don't know. Let's not fuck with this. I'm afraid I'm going to irreversibly destroy something. And that's a very real fear. It's just a matter of how much do I really want to lose things, and I would much rather not brick this thing because it's meant for a video, and irreversibly destroying my work would be absolutely nightmarish. I'd basically have to restart texture painting all over again, and that, as of right now, I have like 20-ish or more hours logged of recorded, texture painting footage. Losing that would be fucking awful. So let's see here. Is this good stitching? That's not doing anything. What the? Ah, there we go. Alright. Oh, it's weird. A single image? Ah. Single image mode. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm working in materials, so. Okay, guys, now let's actually do the stitching. And considering I'm not worried about, destroying the layer before, I can just draw the stitching up. If I can have a steady hand while I do it and not stick on the screen with my hand. Like that. There we go, that's pretty good. which way do I want to go? Do I want to this way and down? I thought I turned off stabilization. Okay, let's just kind of there. Yeah, having this mixed layer is definitely good. I probably should have done it a long fucking time ago. I should have found a dedicated texture painting add-on, but I just kind of, I don't know why I didn't do it. I don't know. Just kind of, after fiddling with it for so long, realizing, this is dumb. Why have I done this? I guess stubbornness, that's one. I need to go through and kind of just... a little bit of fiddling here. Pressure sensitivity in the eraser? I'm sure there is, right? Yeah, I think so. Thin that out a little bit. And my nose has not stopped running. I don't know why. In the past like couple hours, my nose just started running. Ugh. I don't think it's allergies. Probably just the cold. Pretty chilly around here at the moment. Good music. So how's everyone doing? I'm doing pretty alright. I could probably go for some water or something like that, but let's kind of finish up the stitching real quick before I go do anything like that. I might also get me some soup as well. Looks decent from a distance. I wonder if I could make it a little bit more faint. I don't seem to do anything. Actually, I shouldn't say that. That definitely did something. There it went. Okay. So for some reason, the erase wasn't doing anything. That works, but tone it down. I don't know if I want to do that. If I set to multiply, it won't affect the alpha, would it? Because the alpha value should be 0. Shouldn't do much of anything. It's maybe add a little bit. I don't think that color, that's not doing it. Where am I? Wait, what the hell happened? Extra paint. Maybe add red. It's kind of doing the same thing. think darkening it, dude. But I might want. But let's do that on the ambient occlusion layer. What? That put me back on the mix layer. This is probably where we need. This is probably gonna do it. So, considering the stitching and how the leather works, the thread is whipped through. You know, 2 strings back and forth through the holes. So we just need to darken where there's a gap in the stitching to kind of represent the holes that the stitching is coming through. That should do. Once I'm done with this, I'm probably gonna go get me some soup. There, we're done. At least with this part of the stitching. Then I gotta go up and around those areas as well. But at least I'll have a blueprint of what I'm doing. Do a little bit more paint here. Same occlusion layer. Let's just go a little bit there. A little bit extra noise and whatnot in there. Is Mario Paint 64 music? Or no, not Mario Paint 64. It's Mario Paint Studio or something like that. Sounds like that. Let's see here. Yep. All right, go back to that mix layer. Well, pretty sure this was the color I was using. Let me switch them. There we go. And I'm gonna take a break and go get me some soup. So I'll probably see you guys in a couple minutes. Let me just double check this is the right. Yep, that's the right color. Good. All right, let's save. And I'm gonna be right back. So I can manage to get my cursor over there. There we go. I'll be right back. See you in like 5-10 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Is my stream getting, like, latency issues? It seems like I keep looking over here and it's like, oh, your thing's buffering. Not sure if that's my end or what's going on. Hope not. Hopefully my stream isn't dipping in quality. That'd be bad. Okay. Let me swap to the display. There we go. Alright, so now we need to go through and do the stitching on the rest of the holster. Let's see here. We're definitely gonna start it. Definitely going to have stitching, that's for sure. Let's continue here. We're just gonna do like we did last time by drawing it on. Let's just select this area. That's done. Let me push that back. There we go. Let me go on top. That a little bit. This Animal Crossing music. Oh, wait, what the? That was weird. I have a secondary view of my Twitch stream. I'm just sort of looking over there, and it was still on the loading screen. I had to check and make sure that wasn't the case still. Everything's still good? I think everything's good. Hopefully it's still good. If not, oh well. It's just sort of a way to body double while I texture paint and, you know, whatnot. It's all getting used for footage in the tutorial video, so it should be fine. There we go. Well, now. Okay, that's for the stitching. I don't think I'm gonna. How does this make sense in terms of stitching? I don't think it does. Unless I, you know. Oh. Hold on, that's off. You know what? Let me turn wireframe off. That's what's bothering. Could do that. But then again, once it's stitching, shouldn't it, you know, go across that way? I think I'm overthinking it. Fuck it. You can have internal stitches, right? That's supposed to be hidden. This is decorative. This is not. So, let's just sort of, there we go, not a thing. I don't have to look at it, therefore it doesn't exist. Great. Okay. Now we just gotta go through here on the mix layer and make this look like stitching. Okay, I guess I just wasn't putting enough pressure. Okay, let me dig. Yep. Too much. There you go. Yeah. Go. Try to keep going here. Ah, shit, I bonked my fucking Wacom tab, my cable. Ugh, this is why I need a new desk. Ah. My cable management's awful. There's just no place to put anything. Now, maybe I should increase the width of my brush. Maybe that would help. Hi, girl. You use texel density for UVs. Yes, yes I did. It is a good way to make sure that your resolutions for all your islands are on par. Oh, you just found about that. Am I able to start using it? Yeah. So one thing that I do is I have a texture, not a texture, a material already made for it. So if I just do UV check and just throw it on there, you can see how it looks. So you can see. You just check it on there, and that'll tell you all that you need to know about your texel density, and it looks fine. So we can just go back to character and keep going. If you, let me save this. Let me just to prove the point. If I go to new file, I went through and did a lot of manipulation with my textures, so I already start out with a predefined. Didn't know I was a dad. You're all my kids. Yeah. I could do that with a texture image, I guess. Good. All you really need is, I believe, okay, so UV resolution check. Okay. So what we have here is a cube plugged into a UV map and a checker texture. So by inserting the scale of, let's say, 512, right? This will demonstrate the accurate resolution of whatever resolution that you want. So if we go back to, what was it? Matte texture clip. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know what resolution this is. What is this? What is this using? 526. Okay. There we go. So if we flip between these two, you can see that they are the same in resolution. So yeah. And because I made it this way, it always exists in every single new file that I make. So you can just pop that on and you can see, bam, there it is. And I did this by, once I made all the materials or whatever changes that I needed to make to my model, or not model, the intro scene, the basic cube deform scene. I just go down here, hit save, startup file, and I'll save all your animations, all your amateurs. It'll save everything as it is as the new startup file. So you can just hit new, general, and it'll load that. And how do you UV with pixel density? Okay, I'll just go back to that. I mean, it's pretty simple. So we'll just do UV checker density or whatever. We'll set this to, I don't know, 64. And we have here our character, right? But not character, our model. So any manipulations that we make in our UV map will be reflected visually. Why is it doing that? Okay. That's fine to select all those corners. That's cool. So we'll just undo that. Any of those will be reflected in the UV space. So basically, all you're going to be doing is if, say, we added another, let's say we added a sphere. Who the fuck is ringing my doorbell? I'm not going to answer the doorbell. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. Oh. 1 second, that's someone who I actually know. I gotta be right back.
Hey, want to listen to some tunes?
Sorry about that. I had to deal with a minor amount of home intrusion. Excuse me. Just a little minor house intrusion. It's fine. They brought coffee and pizza, so you know all is good. The person who wanted to see at a UV map with the stuff is gone, unfortunately. See a dev donut. Unfortunate. Also, it didn't seem like the bot brought up the Discord, which is a bit awkward when it called for it. So I guess you'll have to join my Discord another time. All right, back to the console capture. Just to kind of continue out or whatever where we left off. Basically, if say we have a whole bunch of other stuff and whatnot, we're trying to match, say, the UV space of our, object and whatnot. Basically, all you would be doing is you would be referencing the visual space that we currently have and the 2D space that we have over here. So we have our visual whatnot. Just turn that off. And basically, we try to match it like this, right? Just like that. So you could say, that's basically how we would want it. That's basically how you would do it. Yeah, I just have just a minor amount of home intrusion. Or if you want to be, more specific, what you can do is do average by scale. But the problem is that tends to scale everything, and you can't seem to lock things in place. Not really. Unless, can you pin this and then do that? Nope, doesn't do anything. But basically, you, there you go. Basically, just try to match your visual density with your other objects, and that's kind of just how it goes out. That's the point between the UV checker. Ah, Socrates, how's it going? Man, help me, I'm stuck in a low poly model for an entire week. Oh, let me get my pen out of my pocket. Now, what's your problem? What are you stuck with? Let me flip this back up. Here we go. Socrates de Havania, I believe. Probably butchering that, but I'm curious what your problem is or where you're stuck. Let's continue painting for a minute while we wait. Okay, so we let me just fill that back in and we'll try to go from there. Come on. There you go. It's the last image on Darkadia's server if you're there. I do. Yeah, I'll take a look here real quick. Do not switch. Yeah. Get over there. Fucking Jesus Christ, these fucking monitors drive me fucking ape shit. Okay, Darkadia. It's survival realms, isn't it? Question zone. Scroll all the way down here. Last image on Darkadia. I'm in streamer. All right. Let's see here. So this is the last one. Is this it? This is the question zone, I believe. Pyramid. Yeah. Where are you stuck? Where's your Okay, for sure I will try on this next female model what I will do. This has already burned me out and I don't even have it finished yet. Hair? Oh wait. proportions and texture painting there also. Proportions look pretty decent. Shoes could probably be smaller. I think the feet are a bit too big. I think they're long enough. They could be maybe a little bit shorter in that way direction. And like pull this up on Krita or something. Maybe not Krita. I'm not sure what tools Krita has, but I do want to use Krita more, so we'll just give it a shot real quick. I can get it working, right? Been meaning to get yeah. Windows, settings. Is it set to full screen mode? I do not want that, thank you. Right, so new image by clip. That's what I want. Yeah, just SRV, that's fine. What tools do I have? Is there a warp option? I think there's a warp tool, ain't there? Assistant tool. Nice. Brush. Huh. I could have sworn there was like a warping. But in terms of, you know, we're not going to use Krita. In terms of working on this character, whoop. You know, a lot of it comes down to your UV mapping to kind of know how best to lay the textures out. Because if your UV map is not so great, you will have problems laying texture out, because if it's really low resolution, it will flow in a way that isn't good. So let me just kind of... This is probably set... What is that set to? Is that set to inflate grow areas? Yeah, I don't want that. Just move pixels. So I'm just going to kind of warp the feet into something that I think look better. These kind of remind me of boots, considering how big they are, but not a very orthodox way of doing this. I'm just kind of pushing things around with a warp brush. But yeah, I think the feet could be a bit smaller. I'm now kind of realizing the head may be her legs may be a bit long. Yeah, I think her feet are a touch long. UV map is a total mess. I'll tell you. Yeah, sure. Let me see your UV map. Oh boy, that's pretty bad. Ooh, I just noticed her feet. The normals of her feet are not correct. I noticed that there's some shading errors going on there, and that could be either due to what's it now? Problematic topology, or just the normals being inverted. That's definitely something you might want to correct. If you want, fuck it. You could just send me... let's see here. I'll just... Yeah. There we go. Ah. Okay. Unfortunately, I was not able to message you, but if you want to send me the blend file, you can send it to me. And I can do some work to kind of see where there's issues to help you out. Because I definitely realize there's some, so to say, procedural issues in terms of what's it now? Just sort of modeling errors that kind of compound, I suppose. Your race is not as sensitive as I'd like it. Yeah, if you can send it to me, that'd be good. Yep. All right. I tried to send you a message earlier, but because of your settings, I wasn't able to, it was not able to go through. I need to stream more often. This is nice. I quite enjoy this. Do I need the texture files too? Sure, send them to me. That'll be fine. Need to do a little bit more with this. Okay, now I can work on the ambient occlusion layer, and that should get me where I need to be. Now, what texture? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like I was using brown to do that. Alright. Let this lay. Okay, I'm set to sharp, so... Basically, we're just going to go through and just kind of line where we were stitching to create the gap, because leather, the way that it's stitched, I think it's whip stitch. I don't remember what it's called. But basically, two pieces of string kind of weave in and out of your mesh, like so. I'll just draw this because I ain't giving a... So say, that's your leather, right? You have other string, and it kind of whips in like that, right? But then you have a second string, and that kind of whips together like that. So then that's pulled taut, and you have strings on both sides, basically. Now, I'm not going to texture that on this side. I'm not doing that. But in essence, what that does is it creates a very, not even a gap, really. It just kind of, just like a dark area in the middle of where the stitch is. Because it's kind of, it's a shadow. We're looking into the hole where the thread is coming out of. There. Help me, .zip. That's appropriate. I'll get on that once I finish doing this. So I'll definitely be checking the normals of those of the model, because I definitely saw some issues there, and that'll definitely need to be checked, because those are things that kind of compound an issue if you work. I remember when I first started learning Blender, probably about, what was it now, 8 years ago? God, it's a fucking long ass time. I was like in high school, I think. So that was probably 2016, I think. It's 2024 now, 2016. That's about 8 years, yeah. So when I first started doing Blender, I remember I made a there was this modeling mistake that I consistently made when I would do extrusions or whatever. Whenever you would, extrude your mesh out to form whatever you were modeling, I would extrude it out using the mouse or whatever axis I wanted, and I would accidentally click off it, and it would go away, So it's like, okay, we're gonna extrude again. Well, the issue is it didn't undo the extrusion. It just put the extrusion back to where it was. And basically, it would duplicate the topology, and it would just kind of cause a problem where those it would just kind of create all this extra problems. Okay, does that stitching look good? Okay, let's go in there and try hitting it with a soft brush and see if that. That's probably good. Yeah, from a distance, that looks pretty damn good. I like that. All right, so we bring everything back. That's what it looks like. Hell yeah. I might go over the dark areas to make them more like these dark areas, because at the moment I want this leather to look like that leather, and we're not there just yet. I probably need to go over this a bit more and yeah, I think that looks good. I'm gonna touch up the leather to make it more like that, but other than that, I think it's going to. I'm now going to go to helpme.zip to try to figure this out, and hopefully I don't get nuked on stream because of obvious security violations here. Downloading random, files from people online is not well advised, but, I could need a new computer soon anyway. Trust me, bro. Just trust me. I trust you. But, it's just always a bad idea to do stuff like this, just downloading things online from people. I would not advise doing what I would do without layers of protection, because you never know. But fuck it, we ball. Alright. So I'm gonna save. I'm going to go to, where is it? That's gonna be my thing. Close out of my Blender for now. I'll keep GIMP open. It saves me time from booting up. Open this in 4.0. I imagine you might be using an earlier version than what I'm using, because it specifically asks, do you want to use Blender 4. Whatever? Okay. Now let's. You know what? I'm going to shift everything to the left. 4.1. It's weird that it asked me what version I want to use. Shift everything over. Down. This desk sucks. So small. I hate it. Okay. Go to this one and then this one. Okay. Everything should be good. So let's go to here and then let's do face orientation. All right. So one thing to note. Oh, what the? Your character is Oh, that's probably another reason why. The character is off center. Wait, was it always like that? Let me revert. Yeah, it's straight up off center. Let me fix that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So, the character's feet should be on the ground as well as the origin be between her feet. It's Claire's feet from Resident Evil 1. Cheated a little bit. I don't know. That's, you know. Here's what we need to do. We're going to set her feet for the origin to be right there. Wait, what? It didn't. Oh, set the character first. There we go. So we got that working, and everything should now, if I do Z editing, that still doesn't work. Okay. Oh, wait, not symmetrize. That's not it. We want to do mesh snap to symmetry. Oh, wait, was it? What? I didn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, all that's symmetrical. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Snap to symmetry, that's good. This is meant to be symmetrical and whatnot, so these things need to work that way. Go. There we go. Right. Snap to symmetry. I can just take the whole thing, snap to symmetry. There we go. Perfect. Hair's a bit different because it doesn't operate on the same thing. Okay. Okay, the arms seem to be the right proportions, but are the legs? I'm not sure. Maybe. I think the legs are roughly about where the way they should be. Let me double check with like an anatomy reference. 1 second. Let's see here. I think it's probably fine. It's close enough to be sure. Okay, so okay, see that issue. Her head is poking through her hair. And yeah, there we go. Well, one thing that I would say about the hair is it doesn't have any volume. It's also quite chaotic. It's a non-manifold out the ass. Does it have volume? What am I looking at? It's volume. Very probable. First time doing hair, it's a total mess. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to spend like a lot of time going over stuff for this, but I think roughly where we're at right now is pretty decent. I'll go over some pretty basic UV mapping tips. So for UV mapping, especially for say like a torso, when we're unwrapping the body, you should think of it like how one would unwrap clothing. I can definitely tell that this was probably UV projected. So let me just sort of check that. actually didn't notice. I did not notice a seam there. That's pretty good. Well, I'm just gonna unwrap. Just gonna go over how I think you should unwrap these things, just for future reference, especially to demonstrate this issue right here. So, the way that you currently have it, you completely split the texture for the front surface of your model. And I imagine this was probably annoying to go over or do. You may have used a stencil or something like that, or just sort of projected it on. But I'm assuming I don't have. Let's see. Okay, live unwrap is off. Okay. So this is just going to. I'm just going to go through and do. Why is this marked sharp? That should be doing something, yet it doesn't. What the? Why is this? Okay, so for some reason this launched it in version 4.0 instead of 4.1. I don't know why Blender's done this, so that's cool. The sharp is correct. My Blender is just wrong, so I would have to go back and do the antiquated way of doing this. There we go. That would fix it. But what the hell's going on there? Oh. That's where those glitches were coming. Interesting. Okay. So to correct this error right here, this is probably a result of like just bad calculations. So if I just do Alt-N and just recalculate outside, okay, that didn't work like I thought it would, and I kind of expected that. So if I hit Reset Vector, that should fix that. I'm assuming this is coming from a copied mesh. You said you copied this from Clara from Resident Evil, so I imagine these improper normals are a result from that copying. So these just came with the bad, incorrect topology. So instead of trying to do a recalculate outside, we do reset vector, and that should correct it. There we go. That's more correct. And then for maybe good measure, why don't we just sort of select these here and hit mark sharp. Uh-oh. Why did it? No. There we go. So now the bottom of the feet are marked sharp and whatnot. That's the way it needs to be. No, that. We'll just do this whole thing. We'll just select the whole thing, reset the vectors. There you go. Okay. Now, for unwrapping, because that's something that you struggle with. The way that you would want to go about unwrapping these. What the hell's going on here? That's all one mesh? What is this? What am I selecting by? Is that seam? Normal. That's a bit wacky. I don't even. How is this even connected? What's going on here? Oh, that's why. Oh, mama. Oh. Yikes. That is. Ugh. That's a bit rough. Definitely not how I do that. Okay. Now, for something like this, this stuff adds very little to the actual profile of the shape, and especially for as low poly as it is. It's kind of not really that important. So I'm just going to go about dissolving it. So I'm just going to select it, just hit dissolve. And just basically send it back to the topology, the original base topology, as it were. Definitely gonna mess with the texture. Oh yeah, just look at that. It already kind of messed with the texture. Actually, is there a way that I could do that without doing that? 1 second. I think I would be doing dissolve edge. That would probably save it a bit. Yeah, that would do. Let's see here. Okay, that needs to dissolve. Okay. Slide that instead. Whoop. There we go. Just trying to bring it back or restore it to a more. Well, that doesn't need to exist because that has no face. Delete that for text. And we'll see if this kind of restores the UV layout. What's this? Huh. Not really. But I should be able to do a little bit of a fix here. Okay, so we select this face, these 3 faces here. And then do that. There we go. Not the way that it should be, but... Wait. Oh, that's just the way that's projected. I see. Definitely a lot of projection stuff going on there. That's not fun when it comes to texturing, because you're basically fighting yourself when you're painting. And you're having to, especially for something like this, where you have a very specific image you're trying to project, and then it ends up having to be split and distorted across a surface like this. So instead, what you should do is clear the sharp. There we go. And then regular distance, make sure there was no other issues. When it comes to unwrapping, a torso, say, you want to unwrap it as if it were a shirt. And it's kind of easier to demonstrate if everything's all connected in terms of like the actual model. Like say for the arms, they would be connected and whatnot, but this is a lower poly model that's representing the, old PS1 style. So that's just kind of how it is. Okay, what happened to the... Oh, there's... Okay, never mind. I was curious what happened. Yeah, so you just have to unwrap better. So what we need to do is we're going to... This whole shape here. This whole shape is very relatively simple. So if I just put this in the center and I make a box... These shapes are relatively similar in terms of profile, right? Because it's low poly. They share similar characteristics, and the way we would go about unwrapping this surface would be to mark up the side like this, and then these sides here, and then these sides here. Whoop, right? So we take this and unwrap it. what this has done is it's made a split up the top and folded it out like that. So this is a method that I show in one of the tutorial videos. I call it the soda can method. Basically, you cut along the length and then just a little on the top and the bottom, and then it kind of folds out like this, like a soda can if you cut it down the middle and open up the top. That's kind of exactly what we are doing here, but we're going to need to do this now on the torso. And, how do you do that? Because it's not exactly the same. So, the difference with this one and the soda and the box is it doesn't have a bottom, not like the other one. So instead of, say, doing some cuts around this area here, we don't need to do that. It's an open bottom. So we can just mark a cut here and we'll go up the back to here. Right? So, with that in mind, here we would need to go along the top. And I'm thinking I could just do this and that. And I think that would work. So if I try to unwrap that, what's that do? Oh, I pinned it. Let's go back. There we go. That would probably create a better surface to work with. And as a matter of fact, let me do this. To prove a point, if I were to, let's say I can do something and bake this in a way that is better projected. Let me see if I can try to figure that out real quick. We're gonna do a new UV map. So there's a problem, and oh right, I'm gonna have to go back and redo the top of the body here. Or will I? If I dissolve things, that kind of makes it a problem, right? That breaks the projection. Well, okay, it was going fine. Okay. Whoa. It won't be a perfect big projection, but hopefully should be able to get the idea across. Where did that vertex go? Can't see it. There it is. Go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do that one fix I did earlier too to reset the symmetry. There we go. So select this origin of 3D cursor. Let's flip that. I'm gonna reset the vectors because there were issues with that. Where is it? Snap to symmetry. There we go. That's another thing dealt with. There. The origin of the entire character needs to be placed between the feet. The origin of the character should basically be just underneath the center of mass of the character, which would be about, right in here, just about. That's where the origin should be. Because when you're moving your character about on a 2D surface, you want the exact position of their feet. If you're moving them around, that's kind of where you want them to stick. It's very this harkens back to even the earlier days of 3D, like in Mario 64. As I've watched a lot of videos about this, the point of which Mario is that they do all the calculations around is at his exact feet. Like that's how they calculate collisions and everything else. So that's just kind of in general where you put the character's feet. Origin is at the center of their feet. That's where your armature is going to go. That's where that's where all that stuff is going to be. Okay, so now I have this new UV bake. This new UV layer. Let me turn face orientation off. And now that we have this entire UV map, basically I can move it all around and do whatever I want with it. And it will not affect the base texture layer. Now, if I go about messing with this one, it will. But this one, it won't. Right? So now, what basically we're going to do is we can clear these seams, and we can just do whatever we want. I'll just go back to, UV mapping like I was doing. Do however we want. Let's not go that far. Mark that. Let's get the hair out of here. For the head, I was thinking to myself that this line here doesn't really contribute all that much to the profile of the face. I'm just kind of like dissolve it. You don't really need that. If something doesn't contribute to like the overall shape of your object, you don't really need it. All right, I'm gonna do this to the head to make the head shape a little bit better. Let's see here. Whoa. Your head is actually wider in the back than it is in the front. That's kind of how it is typically. I shouldn't be focusing too much on that. That's not that important. What's that? Huh. Like a weird vertex or something. Maybe select. Is it select by loose geometry? Anything like that? No. Weird. Okay. So the head. We're gonna do the head next. Where would be a good place to start the head? That's like a box. Let's start in the back of the head. We'll go up the back of the head. There we go. Same mentality applies here. So when we do this, if we unwrap it, it should expand out like that. There we go. It's at angle like that. Blender likes to make things all diagonal for some reason. Forehead should probably come out a bit. I don't want to get too in the weeds about shape and whatnot. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about the hair. Get that in here. Then the body. Considering that it's stuck inside the head and inside the body, you actually don't need this or that. Whoa, no, not that. There we go. Really, that's all you really need. If it isn't being all that black magic stuff, I don't know exactly how best you'll learn the black magic stuff with practice. That's for sure. It is not one easily. If it was one easily, everyone would be doing it. Okay. Join that there. Is that? Yeah, caught you. Get out of here. Okay, let's get back to this. Huh. That's interesting. Normally, that would be filled, so that way there wasn't any clipping issues. Well, I guess it's a sleeve, so it's kind of meant to be like that. At the same time... Is the right arm meant to be like that? Where it's got little black strips going down it? I doubt it, right? Okay, I'll just sort of mark this real quick, not worry about too much. Since it's, cut down the bottom there, it's not like it's... There it goes. Okay. Let's select these two here. All right, Shift G by seam, and then we'll just mirror it over to that end. Mark that side, there you go. There they go. Just like that. Whoop, I did a thing. All right, now we got the arms. Let's do these all at once, I suppose. Ah, just a tube. Ah, they have a bottom now. When it comes to UV mapping, you want your stuff to be mirrored on either side. So now those are mirrored. Those. Oh, well, I didn't want that. Clear seam. Let's see, did those have a bottom? Oh, they do. Okay. Let me hide the hands real quick. Okay, so now we just got the hands, legs, and feet. Or just a normal t-shirt. Well, I'll get to UV mapping this here in just a second. Okay, the hands. Interesting. Okay, so probably going to open the hand up like this. We'll see what this does. That, then we'll just sort of mark up the hand like that, and we'll continue down to that. How's that look? Does that cause any issues? A little bit of stretching. Oh, because I didn't, yeah, that's why. There we go. That's, hold on. Yeah, that right there. Fucking stop it. There we go. Now none of that overlaps with that, and we can just do this. So we'll... You know what? We'll do this. We'll take these two and just symmetrize them. Since they're the same shape anyway. Symmetrize, and we want positive x to negative x, so now they're both sharing the same map. And now we'll go through all these and basically do the exact same thing. Okay, so this. Okay. I'm going to cut down the back, so from top down. It's probably fine. It's kind of conular in shape. Let's just unwrap. Decently, I suppose. Mark that seam and that seam. Why is this not unwrapping? Is that the top? What's going on there? That's the bottom. Maybe I can just do that instead, maybe. Kinda did something. What the hell? It is refusing to do what I want it to do. What in the fuck? My brother in Christ, why is Blender doing this? What the? Okay. Something is wrong there. Okay. What is this face? Where is this? There? Where is that line? What is that? Bruh. What the fuck? That's not meant to exist. Get out of here. That's why it's weird. Okay. There's a hidden edge in there. I don't know how that happened, but it did. That's gross. Let's just join that there. Alright. Okay, very similar profile to what we were dealing with before. So we'll just go down to here and mark a seam, and hopefully that doesn't do dumb things. There we go, that's moderately good. And then the feet. The feet are interesting. Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll mark a seam there. That, and then there we go. I do that. That might open it up more, make it more. Nope, that's not what I want at all. It's roughly squarish. Probably want that to rotate more. Rather that go this way. This go that way. It's kind of on me. You know, I'd be better off if instead of doing that, let's clear that seam going down the back. If I use one of these instead. That should probably make it unwrap better. didn't have it pinned. Okay, so that ends up being up. Not sure that's much, if any, better. I feel this is probably the best we got. It's not fantastic, but nothing. The next thing that I could probably say to go to do is to individually get these faces of the shoe, so that way they're not going to be projected in a way that's going to be bad. I could probably show that off real quick. Make a UV map and a checker texture. Throw this into here. Under, wait, wrong thing. There we go. Ah, we gotta set the specific. There we go. So if we're using a low resolution like that, kind of have the faces going in all these different ways. Wait, what? There we go. That's the way that it was. Hey, get out of here. I just got rid of you. Go. Okay. Symmetrize it. Everything, I think, is largely unwrapped. Except for the hair, which is kind of a nightmare. Average scale, and then pack. I think it goes, right? Oh, what's happening? There we go. What is that? The body? I thought I unwrapped the body. Boy, what happened? Go back. There we go. Let's just do this. What is that? What's this? What's going on here? What? Okay. Oh, that's right. I just did the hair. I didn't want the hair. There we go. What in the fuck? Hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What were those? What are these? What the fuck? Oh, there was an entire piece of geometry I never even realized about. Okay. Okay. Oh, that needs to be remedied as well. No idea what I'm selecting here. This is a block? What is this? Something. That don't need to be there. There we go. Okay, so this is her bottom. Okay, so we're gonna operate. There's a principle that I operate on called that. It is taken from the I can't remember the name of the philosophy, but it's George Berkeley, and the idea is, well, the philosophy phrase is SES percipi, and what that means is to be seen is to be. So if you can see it, it exists. right? That is how things manifest in his philosophy. But this philosophy also, I think, helps and corresponds to 3D modeling. So if you can see it, it exists, right? Well, the interior of her pelvis, though that portion of the model, you can't see it when it's, everything is unhidden and revealed. So in essence, it doesn't exist because you would never see it when it's rendered. So it should be deleted, basically, is a way to think about it. So because of that, I'm just going to clean that up entirely, just remove it. It doesn't need to exist. So now let's try this. Select that, take that. So everything here should be good. If I hit unwrap, everything is pretty good. I think this is the feet. There we go. And then let's just sort of hit these for good measure. Right. Last couple of things I'm going to do. Whoa. We're going to set that I'm not sure which is the... Okay, that's the mouth. I know that's the mouth. That... Basically, I want to stop it from reversing the way that I had my feet, or reversing how I had my model. So take that, symmetrize. I want it to symmetrize it like that. There we go. Okay. That's basically the way that I want it. So we're going to take everything, we're going to pack it, but we don't want it to adjust the rotation of our UV maps. So we'll just do that, and that should arrange them like that. And the packing, I don't like that. That is way too small a margin, especially for a resolution like this. There we go. That's a bit better. Now, here's what we're going to do. Now that we have our bake map in place, we're going to put this back together. There we go. Nothing has changed visually. We're all using the same thing. I can make some corrections, though. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go back into the UV map that we were using for this character. And this is supposed to be just a t-shirt, so I imagine. I think her sleeves are positioned wrong. So what I'm going to do is we'll just turn off stretching. And all this color is just block color, so I'll just throw them on there. That's fine. Okay. Let's do this correction as well. Okay. Oh, that is correct. Never mind. So we just have this little area right here. Oh. But fucking buddy, please. Oh, right. Right, because of the way that I did that. Yeah. Okay. So just pin that and then unwrap that. There we go. That's basically the same. Except we don't want that. We don't want that taking that. Yeah, we'll just fix it in posting after a second. Oh yeah, the bake. The hair, we're not... I'd probably just start over with the hair. Honestly, it's... Oh, I wouldn't know how to fix that. That's pretty... I'll just start over. That'd be my honest suggestion. Just start over. And I would start over by taking the head. Where the yeah, let's do that. There we go. And now let's do that as well. Well, that doesn't help because now I have to do that on this side as well. There we go. I think that's a good hairline. Maybe go a little bit lower, duplicate. I'm gonna start with a helmet of hair, and then from there, I think you would be better off to start an extruding from, like if we were making bangs or whatever. Looks like fucking Beetle from... You'll put jeans on her? Okay. Yeah, this looks a bit like Beetle. But from here, you could, you know, make your extrusions and the hair that you'd want to make. I'm not going to go into the actual nuances of making hair because I fucking hate making hair, if I'm going to be entirely honest. I am not a hairdresser, so I would not be able to do it. But I could even go a little bit further. So you know what? Yeah, you're going to make you're going to give her blue jeans. We're going to do a photo bash real quick. Let me just find a photo of jeans. Perfect. Copy this image. Yeah, we're going to be using a lot of this space. I'll probably... I'll figure that out in a second. We'll edit this externally real quick. Alright. So we've got our base projection of stuff, and I'm just going to throw in a projection of pants here. Scale that down. This is not how I typically texture things. I like to hand paint them, but we're gonna get lazy with it. Let's just throw these right there, and then we'll export this as, what was it now? Help, untitled. Yeah, that'll do. I don't think this should damage much. I made her arms blue jeans. Whoops. Alright, we'll just take these and we'll put them there. There we go. That's fine. Not too much of a problem. And I'm just gonna get lazy. So I'll just do a... Actually, since these are already seamed, I can just sort of select them and hit U, and that should just project them like that. There you go. Okay, so these... There you go. That's roughly where the pocket would go. What? This thing's being annoying. Okay. Flip to that mode. Take all this stuff here. And then let's inverse that selection. Don't really care what all the rest of this is doing. All it needs to do is it just needs to be in some blue jean. That's all it needs to be in. That's all it'll need. This should also be in some blue jean, right? Wrap that. Just throw that in. There you go. So throwing things together. That's probably not good. There you go. That's probably fine. Whatever. I'm being very laissez-faire about my projection or whatever. Alright. Just gotta get some blue gene material going on in there. Because to fix it, we're just going to do something. We're just gonna bake it, which will force all this to be on a new material. Okay, that looks decent. Oh no, I made her shoes blue jean as well. Yeah, fuck it. Here's what we'll do. There we go. Then we'll symmetrize. Yeah, there you go. And then the shoes. I don't know what the shoes should be. Let's like make them black. That'll be fine. Okay, so considering I did a whole bunch of symmetrizing on the on this layer, I'm probably gonna have to. Actually, I wouldn't have to do that. I just have to hit pack again. There we go. Everything's back to where it was. To be ripped, I just need to paint over the jeans the same color of the skin. Not really. Okay, so here we have the visual. This is basically how we want the character to visually look. We got the blue jeans, we got the jersey, the shoes, and all that. But the problem at the moment is this is kind of just. This is a nightmare of UV maps, whereas this is pretty clean. So, what we're going to need to do, we'll just call this, let's call that projection image, whatever, don't really matter. We're going to need a new image texture. So, image texture, new, PEX, character, right? This is a 256 image. That's all that really matters. We'll set that to the closest. Now, we're wanting to basically transfer all the visual data of what this texture looks like onto this one. So we're in. At the moment, this is what this looks like, and then we have the. You know what? Let's do another image there, and then projection image. Basically, what we want to do is we want to make this and transfer it to the UV map that we're using here. And I can't. Do image. US render metadata view. Okay, doesn't matter. So to do that, what we need to do is we're going to go into render. We're going to set this to cycles because Eevee for some reason doesn't have baking as a system in it. We're going to go to bake. We're going to select our texture we want to bake to, because we're going to take this here and we're going to pass it through this. We're taking this data here and then we're going to bake it onto this UV map. So we're going to go back to here. Let's pin that. And pin that. There we go. This is what's going to happen. So we're going to go to render, we have our object selected, we have our UV map selected, the one we're going to be sending to, and we also have the texture we want to bake. So we're going to go down to bake. We're going to do a diffuse bake, because all we want is the color. We don't care about the shading, we don't care about the lighting, because, well, there is no lighting. We'll just turn off direct and indirect lighting, don't need that. And if this works like I think it should, let's set that to, there we go. So if I hit bake, what should happen is we'll take this information here, all this that's visually there and being used on here, and be translated onto this texture. Just like that. And fuck, I got some blue gene in her head. Damn it. 1 second. You know what? I don't need to worry about that. That's fine. We can just texture paint. We can, you know, get some of her head texture here, and we'll just, why is this not mapping? What? It's not letting me use the texture masking. Well, that's weird. We can just, I cannot texture paint. I straight up cannot texture paint for whatever reason. It is not letting me edit the texture. Great. But now that we have our new texture map, we can just, you know, plug this into our thing and it'll be fine, right? No, because we're still currently using this old UV map. So we can just set that to render, and now it is using the correct UV map. And maybe now it will. No, it will not. So for some reason, it just will not let me do it. Unfortunately, in baking it like that, it did sort of crunch the information here, but there are ways around doing that. In fact, if we go back, what we could do, everything is averaged, right? Yes. What we could do is do something like this. Those sleeves use different textures, don't they? Meant to? It may be. Not sure. Well, all we can do, we'll just take all these, and then we'll symmetrize them. There we go. And we'll take all the legs. That. Symmetrize that as well. Take everything, and we'll pack it, but this time we'll toggle merge overlapping. So that should give us more resolution to work with. So this will let us have more texture space, because all of these areas will be using the same texture as the mirrored side. And also, let me fucking go in here and fix this. Her head sticking into the... Uh-oh. Oh. It's too... Yeah, just scale that to 0. Just a little dot. There you go. Perfect. Now we'll do that. So we have this bake... Now, I should, if I hit bake again. There we go. We have an updated version of that. And we should be able to plug this in. Actually, that's a fair question. What texture is this resolution anyway? Oh, it's 512. That's why. Never mind. Let's discard that. 512 if we're using that. All right. 256 is the default for, you know, I think it looked better at 256. All right, back to 256 it is then. So we'll hit bake. There we go. We got all that information now. And then we can just delete that. Save this as a character texture plug this in and then set it to use the fake texture. And considering we're not using the other map anymore, I don't think we will. We'll just delete it. There you go. And there you go. So if I am able to, why? Yeah, for whatever reason, I cannot paint on this character. I am unallowed to paint on this goddamn. Wait. Texture. No. Okay, so for some reason there was a texture in place that was for that. I still can't use the face mask, which is like my go-to means of painting. It's meant to be a PS1 inspired character for a game. All right. So now that we have our character UV mapped, and in the way that I have it UV mapped, unless you want this, I imagine you don't. Well, I imagine you do. Basically, whatever details that we want is mirrored from one side to the other. So if you wanted to have asymmetrical detail, basically you would have to undo what I've done. But basically, this is as simple as it is, right? Like, this is as simple as a UV map you can get. Of course, it went to ad break right when I was trying to explain it. That's a hell of a detour, that's for sure. Oh, wait just a second. Till it's good. Let me save as birthday girl. Perfect. Ad blocker, I see. So if you're fine with having details duplicated from one side to another, this isn't a modifier or special trick. I don't have mirror painting on or anything. This is just they share the exact same UV space and therefore have the exact same texture. If that's what you want, that's perfect, and we don't need to worry about it. Whatever detail you wanted to paint on there, like say you wanted to do, I don't know, whatever you wanted to do, maybe just like a little bit of elbow crease in there. Like, there you go. There's just a little something in there, small detail to add to the the thing. There it is. If you wanted to do a whole tattoo or all this intricate stuff where one side has a sleeve, you would have to undo it. You would have to adjust the UV maps around, and this is not correct. But as where it is at the moment, I'll just save this, I'll send it to you, and it, good enough, right? You can work on redoing the hair because it was not what I would consider salvageable. No, let me just, there you go. All right, I'll get packing on this. I appreciate it. I could definitely do better in terms of, what's it now? I could do better in explanation, but I would have to write a script to be more cohesive. All right, so I don't know which one of these versions was the one I was supposed to send you. I just realized I had two helpme.zips, which, without any context, seeing a zipped file called helpme.zip just sounds like creepypasta material. Like, I'm gonna open this and my fucking entire computer's gonna get bricked, and I'm gonna get fucking, like, I don't know, Russian ransomware showing me people getting their kidneys stolen or something. Something just completely fucking outlandish and just horrifying. So I will send this to you now. I believe my friends are playing Helldivers. Where the fuck is direct messages? That's how I do it. Send it to you. And I think that should have the things that you need. I have no idea what these other images are. Ah, those are your projection files. Ah, okay. Those are just your hair and other files, I see. I don't know how the projection file, the zip file that I sent you was smaller than what you sent me. I don't know. Anyway, let me go back to what I was doing. Oh fuck, this is Blender 4.0, Blender 4.0, 4.02. So this is an older version of Blender for some reason. I don't know why when I opened up the file, it opened it on that. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, back to this character, what I was working on. So, back to here. Yeah, these pants that we're working on. I think the stitching is good, but I want to get this level of coloring. So I think I'm gonna go over this with a airbrush with this color and try to get it there. Let me look. Okay, that is the diffuse layer. Interesting. So. Okay. Alright. So let me swap this over to my Wacom. Where? Console capture. Oops. I need to turn on the light 1 second. There we go. Oh wait, now I need to move my Wacom back over here so that way I'm in the microphone and able to be heard instead of off mic and sounding like shit. Move that there. Here. Okay. I think we're good. I think I'm on mic. Do I sound good? Balls. Fuck. God, I hate this goddamn desk. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Fuck. Any goddamn space. Fuck. Is there a tutorial you could recommend to me to improve, or should I just continue the way I'm progressing? What I might recommend, this is a tutorial that I always, like, this is what got me started in, okay, I realized I left my playlist a while back. Repeat on that. Okay. Stop. Aaron. Shit. Fuck. Damn it. Fuck. Damn it. Dropping this. I'm gonna fucking break this goddamn desk with a sledgehammer. It's driving me fucking crazy. This guy. There we go. Yeah, you can't see what I'm doing right now just because I'm off screen. But this guy right here. This is the guy that I learned basically how to model characters from, and it was this model, this series right here, this long fucking series. I'm gonna throw it in the Twitch chat if I can. Fucking mouse. The music that you're playing right now is from my country. It's called Barada de Empanada. I cannot speak Portuguese. Ipanema. But yeah, this series right here, I put it in the chat. Yeah. The cat from Ipanema. Yeah. I can't speak Portuguese. But this series right here taught me basically how to model and texture paint, these characters and whatnot.
This is different. All right, so now
So
we've got
this is basically where I started and learned topology and modeling and whatnot. And it seems kind of counterintuitive to learn, pretty high level modeling before coming down to lower poly modeling. But in essence, you're kind of learning like how to go big before cutting it down to minimalism. And that's kind of like the point of learning the fundamentals to know where you can push the limits, basically. So when it comes to lower poly modeling, you already kind of know how to model and how to model moderately well. So if you can power through this and sort of know how to model like this system right here, where he is. Let's see here now if I can maybe set this to like double speed or something.
also choose apply
Speed,
in edit.
double speed,
Now what happens is when I go to edit mode,
where he is modeling the
first
mouth
is,
like
first
this,
around the mouth. Now what I'm going to do is
and
this edge.
extruding it up and up to the eyes
See,
and whatnot, and sort of making a mask and kind of building it out from there.
around the
Knowing how to work in this capacity, in any different kind of way of learning how to model, it kind of expands your repertoire on how to move through Blender. And learning how to move through Blender is equally important. It's learning how to swim, basically, in all the different ways you can move and do things. But learning how to do this was very important to me because it allowed me to begin to grasp, what goes into modeling. And you can see that in my character when I bring him back. We go and look at his face. Let's hide everything else and kind of go in here. So he was modeling with these rings. So you can see here's the ring for the lips and where he started, and here's the ring for the eyes and whatnot, and then here's the rings, and then they connect right here, right? And they kind of come and form this sort of mask-like shape, which is what he was talking about and how he was modeling. That's basically, it's a very heavy. It's a very heavy way to start modeling because you're hitting it as, a very what's it now? Very. You're going hardcore, basically. You're doing the stuff that most, when it comes to modeling, you're doing facial topology for animation. That's not something you would think of in terms of low poly, but it also allows you to learn volume and how to control your topology to kind of get it there. I need to think of the face topology as a mask, only if you're doing facial animations, right? So if is this got a mirror? Let me just do this real quick and then just join that down, right? So if we were to animate this character's face, like say for instance, I were to, we have his model, and when we're going to like raise it, turn that on. We raise his eyebrow or something like that. the best way to deform the topology is if we have these rings around the face because they offer the best means of deformation, basically. So if we're, trying to make him have this sort of, make it have an expression, you want to have these rings around his face. But, if we're just, but if we're just doing low poly stuff, you don't even have to fucking worry about it, because that would more than likely just be done with texture instead of actual mesh deformation. So instead, the facial models would instead probably look along the lines of something. Let's just do something like this. Put that there, and I'll just make a new face. Yeah, we'll do a quick. I'm just gonna move my. We're gonna put the Wacom away for a second so I can have my fucking desk space back. Put the pen back. Let me put this there, bring this display back. There we go. So, let's say we're doing a lower poly model of this. We're going to retopologize it to be lower poly. We're just going to do the face. Right, so we'll add a mirror modifier, we'll add a clipping, so that way when we stick it together, we got that. Let's now also set this to be in front, so that way we're just using this as a reference. Viewport in front. There we go. Actually, that isn't doing anything. Oh wait, I bet this is no. What? Okay, well, Blender has decided to bamboozle me for reasons I have absolutely no idea why. Okay, well, it shows up in front here, so that's, good enough for me. Let's put that in matte cap mode. Oh, that's probably why. It's because I'm in render display, I guess. I don't know. But if we're going to make a low poly version of this, basically only needing to capture elements of the face that matter. Because everything else is just going to be blah, don't matter. Of course, that's not to say that we don't have a lot of topology. We can have some, just so we can have some elements of the face. Let's do one there as well. And then we have the cheek, whatnot. Go up to here, do that. And then yeah. We're sort of doing this to kind of capture sort of structure of the face. The eyes are kind of encaved into the head. He's looking like a villain now. Okay. There we go. that, that, and then we're going to rip this. There we go. And we want this to be somewhat similar to the top of the head, so we do that. There we go. Okay, let's extrude that down this way. Let's do that. Because I want this ring to kind of follow the neck. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm kind of even going a little bit ham on just sort of modeling the jaw itself. This isn't even necessary, but I still am. I still am doing it. Right, see, this is like just kind of how we have the head, and the nose is a little snubbed at the moment. Let's sort of bring that out like that. Like, this is how you would model the face if you were to say, let's... Even though I probably want to do that instead. There we go. That's probably better. Basically, that's how we would want it, because when we go into, say, shading, and we're going to make this a character, you know, UV map this or whatever. Let's just sort of make a new texture real quick. What the fuck? My K button seems to have an opinion. What the fuck? One second. What the fuck is... I don't know why that's happening. That's how we laugh in Brazil. Come to Brazil. I have no idea why my button is doing this. Fuck it, it'll be called that, I guess. Oh wait, that's resolution. That's a problem. Fuck it, don't matter. I have absolutely no idea why my... You know what? Here, I got an idea. Let me unplug my keyboard. Maybe that'll fix something. I have no idea which one of these is my, I have no idea which one of these cables is my keyboard. Fuck it. We'll unplug this one, I guess. I have no idea if that was the keyboard or not. Let's see. Nope, that probably wasn't it. 1 second. Let me get a flashlight. Okay. I don't know which. Okay, those are HDMI. That's that cable. That's that. Ah, there's some up there. That's the one. Okay. Okay. I might need to buy a new keyboard sooner rather than later. Okay. Nope. Okay, this is probably a hardware problem. Because my K key has been fucked up. Okay, there it is. I don't know what exactly is wrong with it. Here, let me pop another one off next to it. Yeah, I can't see a visual difference between the two, but there's probably like a problem with like the membrane or something, or the switch underneath it. That's great. No idea what the problem with that is, but let me try to pop the J key back in place. There we go. So, it seems that my computer has an opinion, and it's K. Not great. He's just laughing. Happy keyboard. That's great. I won't be able to do much, if any, typing in the near future. Fortunately, K isn't bound to anything important to me. What the hell? What the fuck? There he is. There we go. So we set this to shade smooth. There we go. And then merge by distance, just in case I missed anything. 2 vertices. Yeah, even I can make modeling mistakes when I'm modeling. So if you say that's not good. There we go. Say we had this mask of our model here. Areas where we would be interested in, like, say, for instance, the eyes, they would utilize fucking Jesus Christ. They would utilize what's it now? Yeah, now I have to try to find these texture. Maybe image. Yes, there we go. Fuck. That's a problem. Great. Yeah, I got an idea. Let's just open up one of these, if it will let me. Yeah, we'll use. Shit! Drop my. Oh, I just had a thought. You know, I have 2 keyboards. Okay, that pen goes there. I dropped a different pen. I think, maybe. I think I found the issue. Yep. That was the issue. So, I have a macro keyboard, and I have that bound to a whole bunch of different keys and for whatever reason. I think it was set for video editing. I had my Wacom tablet set on top of that keyboard. So the reason why I was typing K was because it was pressing the button. Jesus. Do you have any models to make more tutorials about PS1 modeling? Yeah, eventually. I'm currently working on doing a tutorial to make this character in particular. But as of right now, I'm just sort of focused on this. Okay, so you would have your character, let's just say, you know, he is, this color, whatever. And then your eyes would go, let me swap back to the wake up display 1 second. There we go. So whatever you wanted, your eyes, or whatever, hello, Wacom, wake up. Hello. Son of a bitch. my Wacom drivers do something dumb? Connect a device to see its listing here. Son of a bitch. Okay, 1 second. Oh wait, I think I unplugged the wrong display. 1 second. Might have just. I'm not sure which display that was. 1 second. I have no idea. I'm trying to do a lot of troubleshooting right now. 1 second. Alright. Gotta go back underneath the desk. What's this? Okay. I'll plug this one too, why not? Son of a bitch. Okay, my tablet is still not working. Damn it. Ugh. I have no idea what the problem is. What's this? Plug this. I hope I don't have to restart my damn computer. Maybe it's my computer trying to tell me I've spent too much time on whatever. Ah, hey, I got the cursor back. All right. I did something correct. I fixed it. Yay. Okay. What was I doing? Okay, if I can get that out of here. And Blender, bring that there. Okay. Full console capture. There we go. Oh, we're stuck there again. There we go. There. Okay, there we're back. So, as I was trying to say, let's see here, this is that color, okay. Your character's face would go here, right? So, because in the 2D space, if you're doing animation with texture or whatever, you would use UV warping to animate with. So instead of having, you know, say, a set of eyes, like, I don't know what happened to everything. Why is... Oh, those layers are just straight up hidden, that's why. Instead of having like a set of three-dimensional eyes, your character's eyes would have to be painted on the character's face and then animated using uh-oh. Damn it. Fuck. Ah! Also, I put the eyes way too far up. You'd use textures to do it. I made an entire video about it, but yeah, let me just there we go. Now we're way back to here where we originally were and got to. I think the holster's pretty good, but where I was trying to get with it, as I was saying a while back, I want to make this texture look more like this texture. So we're gonna try to get there. So if I just take this whole thing and just, oops, that's not what. First of all, it's set to multiply, not mix. No, I just do that. That's where we are. And if I do addition with this this color, yes. So. I'm going to go to watercolor and select this stuff. Now I'm going to try and sort of recreate this kind of texture that we have over here. This kind of nice marbled leather. Using a tablet is better than a mouse. Yes, yes it is. I'm sorry it took me so long to answer that question, but it is so much nicer because I'm using a display tablet, right? You know what? Let's see if I can turn on my webcam real quick. I doubt this thing is even. I don't even think this thing's even ready to work. So, I doubt this thing's plugged in. Fucking Razer drivers are fucking awful. Yeah, I don't think this thing's ready to turn on. USB device. I have a tablet, but it doesn't have a display. Is it still better than a mouse? Yeah, I would say it's still pretty good because what it allows you to do is it gives you a it gives you pressure control. That's what it gives you. So if you are drawing, say, strength, it allows you to have control over your lines like that. So if we didn't have that, just turn it off and we're just drawing with our pencil, it would just look like that, right? We wouldn't have any variation over what our drawings look like. And to basically get that, if we were stuck with nothing but this, we would basically have to go back with a second brush and kind of force to get some variation. Whereas with pressure sensitivities, we can just do that by we can do that just by adding more pressure onto the screen. That's what a pen tablet does for you. A display tablet makes it even better because you can directly see exactly what you're drawing, as opposed to a non-display tablet, which you have to kind of triangulate in your head what you're doing with the display, because you can see your pen. Like, I can kind of simulate how it would be to do use a non-display tablet, because I'm looking at the stream display instead of my thing, and it works basically the exact same. I can see where my cursor is moving based on where the mouse is. So it works the same, right? Because I feel the feedback of moving my cursor. I can see I'm moving my mouse up and down by flicking the pen up and down. So it works the same without a display, but having a display is nice. So I suggest having a pen display. Also, I'm gonna try to fucking. I just realized I wasn't even talking into the mic directly that entire time, so I probably sound like shit. I'm gonna bring the pen tablet over here so I have it in front of me. Okay, so where was I? I was using watercolor and trying to add. Yes. So I'm going to be using a macro keyboard. I have a cute little 4x3 little set of keys with some knobs on it that I have for little macros. Heck. So we do this. Doing anything? There's a little bit. Oh, that's probably. Takes a lot to get it to go do anything. Bring that strength up a bit. There we go. That's what I want to see. Now bring that back. So it's set to. I guess it accumulates automatically, I suppose. Have a drink of water. You know what? That's a good idea. I'm gonna hydrate. I'll be right back, myself. Yeah. There's my tablet. My drawing pen, I should say. Jesus, what am I gonna? You know what? Let me grab. Can I just? Yeah. I'm honestly thinking about unplugging my entire keyboard and just sitting it in my lap. Because I have fucking nowhere for it. Absolutely nowhere. I fucking... Yeah, great. Fucking... Sure, that'll do, I guess. I hate this desk so much. Okay. We're gonna try it. Paint some highlights on here. There we go. Yeah. Honestly. The thought could, I could. What, buddy? I could also make a new layer system just for this fucking additive stuff, so that way it's non-destructive, like I was doing the stitches. But get out of my water. My cat just stuck his whole face in my mug of water. Do you need water? Come here. You can go get water. Come here. My fucking bed! Look, there's water here. Water right here. Have water. Water. My water. Oh, suppose you need. Alright. Back. Got my damn pen again. Ugh. At least it hasn't exploded again. I'd be rather annoyed if my pen exploded again. There we go. So you know what? Let's do the thing that I was thinking about, right? We'll make a new layer just for highlights or whatever. So here we go again. We're gonna make a new layer for this stuff. Set this to add. We're gonna duplicate the metal layer. This is going to be called highlights base character. And the texture for this highlights base character. That's nice. There we go. My workspace is so spread out. It's awful. Okay, so basically we just set this. That's great. It's lagging. There we go. Basically, we need to set everything to like black. Basically, we're just erasing everything. And it is not wanting to do so because it is slow. Blender, please. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I'm using a texture brush. That's probably why. That's probably slowing it down. Yeah, that's what it was. It didn't know how to project it. Okay, so now we're going to save as not metal character because that would be bad. Not the worst, but not fun. Fucking shit. I have to contort myself like a goblin to try and type. There we go. Highlight. Great. So now we're going to copy that texture. Go back to watercolor and paste that back in. I set that to add still. Shading. I'm going to plug that in there. And because this is an all black surface, nothing is being added, so nothing changes. We don't have to mix for alpha or whatever. We don't need to mask it. So all is basically fine. And we're working on the highlights. So let me just get this color. And we could just do whatever we want. Hold on. Wrong thing. There we go. So, problem at the moment is that, there we go. That's the exact color. Yeah, so we now have this highlight color. What in the... That's probably not the color that needs to be. That's probably why, though. So, back to diffuse, select this color. There we go. Basically, I'll have to go back and fix that with the ambient occlusion thing. You do Unity or Unreal stuff? Not really, no. I want to learn Godot, but I haven't found an opportunity to best do that. Just because I tend to get the way that I handle projects probably isn't healthy, so I tend to burn myself out rather quickly when it comes to whatever projects I end up working on. so it's kind of how things are. Okay, well, one quick thing that I want to do with this. Texture painting. I want to be on the ambient occlusion layer, and I want to paint shadows in that. So let me just set this to, you know what? Set this to multiply. And let's see how that works. Turn this light off so I can see a bit better. That would work, but there's a problem in that it didn't really do what I needed it to do. You're gonna want normal and occlusion. Trying to be very light on the brush here. Why is it doing that? Being strange. Painting. Okay. There we go. There we go. Ah, sweet. Christ. Okay. Bring this stuff back. What the? No. Multiply. Oh. Multiply. There we go. There you go. That's what a holster should look like. Yeah. Let's take a look at that. It's not perfectly. Yeah, I bought an entire course to learn Godot, but the issue is that I never got into it. Basically, I just never had the opportunity or the inspiration to actually sit down to actually work on making a game. I just never felt the need, at least not, recently. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna do texture paint. Let's see, backface culling. There we go. So what I want to do, you know what? Give me this vert here. That's pretty close. Now I want to do texture paint. I'm looking for a gradient. What gradient we got? Okay, set that to black. Perfect. It's got a decent amount of texture to it. I don't think it's typically supposed to look like that, but yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. That, and then roughness. Set that to add instead, and we'll go in opposite direction. Uh-oh. Hmm. What's that? That's weird. That's a hell of a soften brush to do that. Not what I thought it should do. Let's try smudge. That is incorrect. Alright. So that should basically, when this looks into this from the top, it will look like a hole. And due to depth perception, you will not really be able to see the bottom of the hole. Which is great. That's what you want. Ugh. Now, back to the highlighting. I did save this as its own image, yes? Save as highlights. Good. Ugh. Alright, so we're going to sample that color. And now we should be able to go around and just kind of add a little bit of texture highlight detail. And also, make sure that I have those on. Let's I want to not have those selected. There we go. Perfect. Now I can avoid accidentally painting the interior a highlighted color when I spent all that time trying to make it dark. Also, if I hit it with an erase, does that do anything? Probably not. I mean, it's not going to do what I want it to do because in actuality, it's erasing the alpha, and that's not what I want. Basically, I'd have to hit it with a multiply like this. There you go. Let's select this side as well. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. Okay, let's sort of mix that around. Probably I want to bring that back down. I don't think it really did what I want it to do. Come at that a second time. Throwing a lot of green in there, which is interesting. Probably coming from the texture of the what I'm using right now itself. See, over here you can see how it's all purple. That's I need to buy some medications now, but I appreciate. Yeah, no problem. Okay, I think I can fix this if I just if I just hit it with a color brush. There you go. That makes it better. Uh-oh. So add. Uh-oh. Down. Ah, shit. Ain't what I wanted. Alright. Hit multiply on that, and then it's kind of. Excuse me. Have those settings turned off, right? Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, not crazy. But I want to blend that over the edge just a little. Add. Gonna hit a little bit in there. Doesn't seem to be doing much. Oh, it's because I have it set to black. You can't add 0 and expect anything to change. Multiply and kind of or some other. Maybe set this to color. Maybe that might give some giving things some redder hue as opposed to some green. Definitely not what I would. I would much rather this be red than green. I don't think that's a particularly good color to have on leather. These areas a little bit. Get near the seams. Go. Go back to color to bring it back to where we want it. Damn it. Give it to me. There we go. Set this back to add, and then just kind of get right in there, right there. And a little bit along the top. Get it with color. I like the noise that has, but I don't know if I like that color. Not exactly. Go. Okay, let's set this back to flat. I might have overblown it. I think that there looks pretty good. what kind of shape do I have? Constant. Let's set that to sharp. That might be helpful in reducing that. Let's set it to sharper, like that. Okay. Let's put that color in directly. Straight mix. That brings that down. Okay. Let's darken things a bit. How would it look if I... Uh-oh. Not what I wanted to do. What? Oh, it's because the gradient fill. That's why. I'm really confused. Now, damn it. There. If I did this instead... using a mix. Add over the strength. How would that end up looking? If I use the thing, so that back to constant. I think that turned out better looking than what I was doing before. So you know what? I'll do that again. Let's do that. Let's go over it with this this color of additive. Alright, so. Yeah. Set this to sharp because I'm going to have a little bit of maybe not. It's kind of the problem I find myself in. I end up questioning myself too much, and then I get in stupid trouble like that, where I get somewhere into process of editing stuff, and then just kind of revert it all back to where it was and make no progress whatsoever. not very helpful. Why is that more orange than red? I wonder. Ah, there you go. But it was that. That made it pretty good. Okay, kind of getting there in these corner areas where it's dark. And let's hit along the top here. Blend all that in there together. Go. All right. Alright, then set this to color. Kind of correct whatever was going on there. There you go. Well, beans. Now, why it didn't do anything there. It's just sort of. Dampen this color back down. Again. Down. Lower that color just a little bit. I think the way I did that before is I set something like this. Set to multiply. Less saturation. That's looking good. This is. Okay, so I'll select this area here. Set that twice. That looks good, but now this needs something. We did a subtract, maybe. Set this. I think that kind of did it. Maybe if we work on. Don't worry about saturation, maybe. All right. I think I want to add a little bit of buffering to the area here. Just a little bit of extra dark. Come on now, let's. There we go. There we go. That thing looks pretty damn good. Yeah. It only took 5 hours, but we got there. Well, almost 6 hours. Oh boy. That was a lot. But I think this looks pretty good. The only thing that I could think to do now is maybe some kind of detail where we say make a stamp of some kind. Like say, oh, we're gonna make an imprint in the thing, and we something like that, and, like that's something we could do, basically. Probably do multiply. That would probably do about what one I would want if we were to like implant some kind of emblem. If we were to hand draw it too, of course. That's assuming. Oh. Alright. Hello, quick bathroom break from work. Do I have to smart UV unwrap before texel density? No. Matter of fact, I can show you again what I basically use texel density for. So I'm just gonna make an entirely new thing, and then we're gonna set this to UV checker, right? So here we have our thing. Set this to 64. So say we have our model, and not sure what our model is. I'll just throw a whole bunch of random crap in here, whatnot. Let's do that. I'll take this. Yeah, there we go. So the texel checker, basically, what it's intended to do is to help serve as a visual key to determine what each portion, basically, to take your UV maps and to determine how much density they should get relative to something that's already present. Like here we have a cone, a monkey, and a cube, right? So if we want to scale this down, we could be like, all right, that's roughly what the cone might get if we're talking in terms of density, because this checkerboard is roughly similar to the shape as this if we kind of look at it from the top. It's kind of basically what that does. And then we go over here to the monkey. Let's select everything. The monkey is pretty big relatively, and we can scale that up or whatever. Like this is assuming we're all within our same model. If this was a character and we were looking at portions of a character's body, like that's how you would determine, and then you would take everything, select everything, and then you would hit pack. Turn off rotation. So basically that would then take your current existing UV density that you have set for yourself, and then pack it all into the actual UV space that you would then be using for your modeling or mapping or whatever. Give it a little bit more margin so it isn't all weird. But the idea is to have a for the texel density. The idea is to create something that, in terms of texel density, it looks roughly proportional to itself. Well, and whatnot. It's also good for checking the resolution that you'll be working with when you're going to make the texture. Like, say if we're making a texture right here, the texture that we're working at, this would end up being a resolution for a 64 by 64 texture, which is not a lot. So if we up that to 256, we have a little bit more to work with. Then we can go even further. We can go 512. Even more to work with. And the UV mapping on Suzanne kind of sucks monkey fuck. Look at that. You can see where it stretches when it goes into her mouth. That's not good. But that's basically what you would use texel density for, is to check in your environments, in your scenes, the relative resolution of things in the scene, to know what you would, if you care about that kind of thing, the resolution that you'll be working. Okay. Boy, howdy, that was a lot of hours. 5 hours. Ugh. About done too. UV size by object scale to make them all have the same amount of pixels per meter, something like that. Basically, I guess. It's basically just used to check if objects are, it's used for checking what you want your resolution to be, but you would want your textures to be in powers of 2, so 256, 512, 1024, 248, whatever you'd want it to be, they'd be in powers of 2. And then you plug and play the texel density to see what it would look like with your current UV map if you were to use that space, that resolution, and that helps you decide what you would want to use for a UV map, or for a resolution. So, I'll even go back to that, right? So we'll just go back to our new scene, and we'll bring back the UV resolution check. Another thing that it's good for is for checking where there is problems with your UV map, because if you look at your UV map and you have stretching turned on, where is it? Stretching. If you can see this and you see, oh, well, it's stretching, and say, maybe it won't look that bad, right? Sometimes you'll have an instance where you have, some stretching, right? And you may look at the model when time comes for rendering or texture painting or whatever, and you'll think, it don't look that bad sometimes. But you'd basically use this to look and see for yourself, what would it look like when I'm texture painting, when I'm putting paint on this, when the pixels skew in this way, how will it look? That's what the UV checker also does for you, is it lets you see how these things would play out. So, I don't even know where that app is. Right down there. Yeah, when you see things like this, that's to show you, what's wrong. There we go. That's part of another reason. That's a part of the reason why you would use a UV checker, is to visualize the nature of the stretching that you see in your UV map. That's what it does. It helps demonstrate that. And you might go about fixing that by, going in and lining things up. So, you sync that up with that, sync that up with that, and then it's fixed. texel density to add on. I don't know any. I don't use the texel density add-on. No, I don't. It doesn't really do, from what, as I understand it. Yeah, I'm doing it manually. I'm throwing in a checker texture, using the UV map to project it, and then just looking at what it does. It's simple. It doesn't require an add-on. It automates the process, I suppose, but you don't need to. You know, it does what it does. But all right. Basically the holster's done. I can't think the I can't really think of much of anything else. I mean, I've been streaming for like 6 hours. Yeah. So I'm thinking I'm going to stop for now, and the next thing I'm probably going to start texture painting is the gun. That's probably what I'm going to start doing. Super good model, thank you. I modeled it myself. Also, I've kept seeing this problem, and I fixed it before, but it flipped itself again. His pocket's inside out. There we go. So the next thing in the order is I need to model his. I need to fix this gun. Why is this? There it goes. There it is. There we go. Perfect. So that's the next project I'll be working on. It's painting the gun, and hopefully I won't get sidetracked for 6 hours. I appreciate, getting sidetracked and helping people out, but, it is what it is. Okay, so I'll be working on this later. I am knees weak, arms are heavy. My throat is killing me. I'm going to go now. So there we go. I appreciate everyone who came and watched. I hope everyone had a good time. I might stream again tomorrow if my voice is not destroyed. Probably at an earlier time. I don't really know the streaming meta at all, but it seems people enjoy coming in and watching on earlier. Like, it's really weird. Like, I could stream around noon and like 20 people would come in. I'm like, aren't you people at like work or at school or something? What are you guys doing? I get more people watching earlier in the day than later, and that's just strange, so I'll stream earlier, That's basically just what I'll do. Anyway, again, appreciate everyone coming to watch, and I will see everyone later. Goodbye.